Thank you. On the count of three, we will say the pledge to allegiance. Allegiance. Oops, 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance
to the
to the
flag,
flag of
United
the
States of
United States
America,
of America
America,
and
and
to
to
the
the
republic
republic for
for
which
which
for
it
it
which it
stands,
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 one
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 nation,
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 under God,
under God,
indivisible,
visible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and
liberty and
justice
justice for
God.
all.
for all.
for all.
We are having a regular business meeting. Today is November the 18th. 20. Welcome to everyone. We are starting at 5:38. I apologize for being a little late, but we are working through IT problems every chance we get. To our listening audience who is out there, to see our student representative is here today. Welcome, Board Member Walker. And I would like to turn it over to the superintendent in regards to our board recognition. What I'd like to say before he takes over is that I was very impressed with our website diversity that I'm seeing on our school website is awesome. We're doing a very great job with showing cultural diversity on that website. So kudos to the team that put that together.
Okay, so,
Yeah, it's fine.
okay.
Okay.
So am I good?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, Dr. Cash, are you ready?
Yeah, colleagues, I apologize. I'm not sure, Darren, that we have board recognitions tonight. I hadn't heard about it. Do we have any?
No, we do not, Dr. Cash.
Okay. So then, Chairman Common, it would be up to you as to whether you want me to give my update or whether you want to hear speakers first.
Well, I think we should do your update if it's not going to take too long. And then we'll go in our speakers.
Okay.
Tucci will follow with that.
Okay. Colleagues, I had a number of updates, but I've trimmed them to 2 tonight because of the urgency of us as a county going into the orange zone this afternoon. I sent board members a notice to all district employees that I intend to send out pending any feedback or recommendations that you might have about it. I was just on the phone before we started the meeting with the health advisory committee members, particularly epidemiologist Dr. Oscar Gomez. I've been in contact today with the health commissioner and the office of the polling cards commissioner, and all of them agree that it's a prudent decision to begin to draw back and pull back employees, as I've indicated in the notification. Wanted you to see it first before I make this official. We're in a very serious zone here right now. Every minute, 1 American is dying from COVID each minute somewhere in America. And here now in Western New York, it's at a very dangerous zone. So rather than continue the 2-day requirement of all employees, I've outlined here what my step would be. And when we begin this effective immediately. And because employees need a few days to come get their belongings and get the materials they need to work at home, I would want to give them this time to do it over the next several days, but wanted to be able to notify employees immediately. So those are my thoughts. The only one I've circled since I wrote this was the volunteer piece. Maybe I don't even want to do the volunteer. Make that a little more clear. What do you think, Darren, about that? That's just, I wanted to ask you before I ask the board about volunteer.
Yeah, and because I know we still have some things to work out with that word volunteer, Doc. So if we just take that word out and just say may work, because we still have that 25% caveat on there, I think that covers it. Before we go any further, if I could please encourage everyone again, if you are not speaking, to please mute your mic. People, if you are using your cell phone, please press the mute button on your cell phone. so that we're not getting a lot of feedback. We greatly appreciate it as we try to have an effective and efficient meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so therefore, board members, with that edit, what are your thoughts about me starting to bring staff home over the next period of time? I don't know how long we'll be in Orange, but the way this curve is looking is going straight up. Dr. Gomez said, so it's not about a few days. It's probably going to go to red before it starts coming back down. It's not plateauing. And I just think for the foreseeable future, we need to start protecting employees and start bringing them home. I have been in touch with the mayor and his staff about this relative to City Hall. I'm going to signal the same thing for City Hall employees that you know, they don't need to come in on the required 2 days as we head to Thanksgiving, and then coming off that break. What everyone is saying is likely to occur at that time. Dr. Gomez did say encouragingly that the vaccines are looking pretty promising. He said this Moderna pharmacy vaccine is looking very good so far, so that's encouraging. But we still have many tests to do. He said this is mainly in adults. I asked him, well, which population of adults? And then I also asked him whether it had been tested in children yet. He said it had not been tested in children yet. So it's still early on in regard to the vaccine. So colleagues, I'm informing you, as I said I would, on these high impact issues as we go forward. What are your thoughts around this memo and this notification?
Okay, so we have a hand raised under Larry Scott, and next followed by Kathy Brown. Dr. Brown.
So I read the letter quickly. I support it. I think it's wise. I think it's the safe and right thing to do. I do, though, feel it's necessary to maintain some access, safe access to our buildings. And one of the things that I'd like to have answered is it came up in one of my son's SBMT meetings yesterday as to whether they're going to have an opportunity to come to school and pick up more supplies, materials that they need, because they're starting to run short on those.
I think that's a great question. And we would certainly need to prepare that, but because the staff doesn't know, this is just as of this afternoon, we'd have to get a plan into effect pretty quickly. Darren, you had a work session with the cabinet this morning. Did any of this come up? And if so, what are the thoughts at this time?
This did come up, and so we are working, and in the letter it kind of identifies, we'll be working with supervisors, directors, building principals to develop a plan so that staff are able to come and retrieve the necessary items they need so that they can continue their work from home. But we want to make sure it's done so in a manner that there's no more than 25% of staff in the building at one time. So that's why we can use Thursday, Friday, next week, Monday, Tuesday to accomplish that, so that staff are able to work from home remotely.
What I heard in Larry's question was about students and the families. So if they're running out, we're at the end of the first quarter, for example, if they're going short on materials and they need supplies or they need something to continue their work, what is staff planning to be able to help them with that? I think that's what you were getting at, Larry.
Yes.
If not, you go ahead and rephrase it.
Exactly. That's exactly the question.
I misunderstood. I do apologize. Because of the fact that students have not been in school yet, most of their supplies are already with them, because we did do a pickup when we had the younger students that did not have their laptops and iPads. We can definitely work on that with the school buildings so that any material students and families need, we will arrange times to make sure that we have that availability.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to deliver a lot of meals on Tuesday. We're going to deliver for 6 days on Tuesday meals. And that's going to be a different day than the normal Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So I'm thinking, Ann, can you hear me? Are you on the phone?
Ann is.
Ann, Botticelli.
I'm on the phone.
Yeah. Would you and your staff be able to put together any materials for children that they might need, or where you see the gaps that can't be done electronically, so that if we go out for a 25-day period, they'll be able to continue to stay current and not lose any ground as far as assignments. What are your thoughts on this question from Board Member Scott?
I believe most of the math modules should have been delivered for Q2, but I'm trying to verify that right now. So the schools likely have the math materials, but I will double check. Most of them should probably have their science books if they haven't already distributed them, and also social studies for the elementary, but I'm going to verify that with my staff.
And Dr. Cash, I believe Jim Weimer was mentioning, because we have the expanded food distribution sites at so many sites now, we can use those again as hubs for any types of distribution of supplies that we need to.
Can we be clear to our public, changing the time for food pickup? We modified that. What exactly are we doing in regards to our lunches during this period? Because you mentioned something about on Tuesday, you're going to have additional, a larger volume of food.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Jim,
what is that?
Jim, my sense was that we'd continue to distribute after Monday. What day is that? The 30th? I don't know. Monday coming off the break.
The 30th, correct.
Start again Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Unless I'm mistaken, that's what I'm expecting. Is that right, Jim?
Yeah, Dr. Cash, that is correct. What I think President Belton-Cotman is talking about is going into the holiday week. So we will distribute Monday, and then Tuesday, Bridget is planning on distributing a 6-day dinner box, meal box type thing. And then going into the closure, we will begin with our regular schedule of Monday, Wednesday, Friday at all of the locations that we are at. The idea is that going into winter, we have a much larger geographic footprint than we did with the 28 sites before. So I spoke with Bridget today, and that's the plan right now as we had talked earlier.
And part of that, rather than Wednesday, normally we would do that the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. But because I think you're trying to give a treat, board members, to the larger staff and community tonight, we had pulled back and said we're going to do it on Tuesday. I think you're going to vote to let staff have that extra day, adjust your calendars. So food service staff and security and everyone should also have that extra day, was my thinking. So we brought it back into Tuesday.
Okay, thank you. Larry, are you satisfied with your answer?
Yeah, I just want to emphasize, though, that yesterday it seemed as if teachers felt as if students still needed to come in now at this point and pick up some materials. I'm not exactly sure what it is that they need to pick up, but there seems to be a need for them to get to the buildings and pick up new materials.
Wow,
okay, thank you.
I hadn't heard that. Can anyone that's listening in that's a staff member respond to that? Any
Can I comment on that?
Dr. Cash, they're definitely going to want to pick up the math modules if they haven't already distributed those for Q2. But some schools may actually have already taken care of that. I wouldn't know without getting an inventory from the schools.
Okay, ASL, take a quick look into that, please, before we get started. I don't want confusion around this issue. This is a safety issue first, and I don't want people coming into school in numbers without a safety plan.
I'll find out how many schools would still need to pass out module 2, or Q2 module.
Okay, work with Cassandra and Toya around that as leads for elementary and high school. Okay?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, next we have Dr. Evans Brown, followed by our board member Walker and Terrence Hurd, and then Jennifer.
Okay, thank you, President Cotman. Thank you, Dr. Cash, for giving the board a heads up on this, because I just got the call with my league, Buffalo Urban League, and we're doing something similar. because we're in the orange zone in Erie County. And for those of you who just want to know what that looks like, if you Google conditions of orange COVID in Erie County, it will give you all the data that you need in terms of what we're up against. Because if we go into the red, I believe, we're going to be in big trouble. So conditions of orange COVID in Erie County is really great information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Evans Brown. We have our board member Walker, young lady.
Tamisha.
I'm sorry, it was not working. Can I just comment on the fact that I think that taking teachers out of school is a great idea to limit the amount of COVID that go around. And I don't know, is it mandatory for teachers to get COVID testing?
At this point.
It's not?
At this point, unless they have symptoms.
It's not mandatory unless they come with a temperature and it's shown, or if they have symptoms. Then we ask them to get tested. But it's not mandatory.
I just wanted to point that out because at the job I currently work at, it's mandatory to get testing before being in contact with anybody with COVID or even coming to the job site, simply because you can pass it without even having any symptoms. Another thing was that I do still courses like in my ELA class, I need more paper. I need the books that she's taking pieces of and just giving us piece by piece because she can't give us books. I need my math book. I need a lot of different stuff from a lot of different classes, like my textbook from my AP class. I can't really understand piece by piece. I need to read all of it. And that's what the teachers are giving us, piece by piece, because they don't have all of it.
Well, that's excellent commentary. Thank you for that, Tamisha. Toya, are you on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, that's got to get solved.
Yes.
Students need their books. I'm not sure why they don't have their books. That's an absolute imperative. So I don't know if it's a one-off or, not a widespread thing, but could you look into that immediately, you and David, and make sure that our high school students have what they need, and of course the elementaries as well. But follow up with Tamisha, maybe you can have a better understanding of what she's talking about regarding herself and other students. Okay, Toya?
Yes, absolutely, will do.
So, okay. Dr. Cash, is it possible that a complete list for the district be compiled? I'm being told via text right now that there are about 18 schools that need some information. So I'm asking them for the names of the schools. I hate when people send information to me and don't give me specifics. So they're saying that 18 schools need some additional information that they have not received from the distribution center. So is it possible to require a complete list throughout the entire district, is what I'm saying.
Of what?
Not for us, but for of the needs of the teachers as well as the students, to make sure that we're meeting the needs. I'm very concerned about students not having books, such as our board member just shared with us.
Absolutely. I mean, this is news to me. Darren, can you follow up with a strategy to quickly find out and assess the scope of this issue?
Absolutely, and I can guarantee that Ann Botticelli is putting together a chart right now, and we will definitely follow up on that for each school.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Hurd, you're up.
Good evening, everyone. My concern is, as is back in January, about the food distribution. Code Orange is very serious. I don't know if anybody understand the impact of it, but this country is really facing a huge challenge, and more than now than ever. And I think that as a district, we're prepared. But I would like to know, are we going back to like the summer phase? Because I know there's some other educational schools here in the city of Buffalo, they may not be prepared like for food distribution for their kids. So will we be going back to our summer plan where all kids have an opportunity for food distribution, or are we right now looking at just our kids that's in the Buffalo public school system?
That's an interesting question. You're talking about where we offered at the very beginning to feed kids from charter schools, from Catholic schools, for whoever wanted to come pick up food, they could come pick up
Families
food.
of need. It was
Is that
families
what
of
you're
need.
talking about?
Yes, sir. It was families and needs at the time. So in the summer, we were able to adapt as a district to, meet those needs of the public. But I'm not quite sure right now. Are we looking at that? Because we don't know how long we're going to be in orange, or if it can go up to red, or if it's going to revert. We know that there's some medications companies right now that's saying, like you said, they got a 95% chance of beating this COVID. But until then, I'm not quite sure how long we'll be in orange, how long we'll be at remote learning, and it affects all our children in our community.
Right, that's right. So your suggestion is, because no, the short answer is no, I have not planned to start the same process of feeding the community writ large, whoever wants to come up on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, food. But if you have some assessment of need out there, and if Bridget thinks she can do it and has the capacity, I'm not opposed to it, but it has to be based on need. Is what I would recommend. I haven't heard anything about that right yet, but we could be headed there. We could be headed there. Huh?
I'm not sure how prepared our neighboring educational schools are, our parochial schools or charter schools, private schools. I'm not sure, where their finances at, or if they're able to do that. But I am concerned about, this community, and if we can find a way, or if it's feasible right now at this time to make sure that everyone's is accounted for at this time.
Well, Jim, you have any comments before we go? Because I do. What I want to say.
I do, Dr. Cash. I believe, and I may be misspeaking here, but I don't think so, that we are under the emergency feeding declaration right now until the end of December. Those types of things come from state ed and the USDA, the Department of Agriculture, but obviously we just stepped into this new zone today, and I'm sure we'll be hearing more about it tomorrow, but they've been very good about all of that in the past. So I think we'll be in good shape.
All right, well, keep me posted, Jim, so I can inform the board that we're moving to ramp up food distribution, whether we're staying status quo or what have you, okay?
Will do.
Thank you, Dr. Cash and Mr. Weimer. Board Member Makuzi.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that some schools are already distributing items. They planned ahead. We received a robocall as a parent. School 95 Waterfront is distributing materials for the next 5 weeks for grades K through 8 from Monday and Tuesday from 9 to 2:30. The robocall had gone out last night. So I originally raised my hand because I know that I remember hearing that. So I wanted to make sure that some schools might be doing this. I also just, as President Potman said, folks are texting us in real time. And I'm getting that Hutch Tech has a lot of new AP students. They need materials in AP English, AP World, and AP US. And online codes would be very helpful. So just passing that along.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Cash, what would you like to share with us?
Colleagues, just because it's also fresh off the press, low, moderate, and high contact sports have been put on pause by the Section 6, as well as the NYSPPSA for the whole state. And I just wanted your support in announcing that as long as we're not in school, there won't be any sports. So there's no confusion around that. So I'm going to be
Okay.
making that an announcement district-wide as well tomorrow.
Thank you. Is
Okay,
that
so
it?
for now, that's my update.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn this part of the meeting over to Vice President Lou Petrucci, the speakers.
Thank you, President Kottman. Let me begin by reading the guidelines for speakers. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including children. This board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district mission, and the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. Thank you. With that being said, our first speaker tonight is Vanetta Rhodes. Is Miss Rhodes here?
Yes, I am. Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can, Miss Rhodes. The floor is yours.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Vanetta Rhodes. I'm with Western New York Child Care Action Team. And the reason why I asked to be a part of today's meeting was just to speak to the Board of Education. And first of all, thank them for coming out and supporting the child care community since we had our town hall meeting back in August. On how we can work together as partners to provide for education support, food support, and so many other things for our children and families. So I just wanted to give a quick update and steps that possibly can move forward. We had the child care providers had mentioned a need for technical assistance because with the remote learning, that's an area that a lot of us are not familiar with, and we wanted to be able to be a support. We had many child care sites that did not have Wi-Fi, some that at that time did not have the technology needed to facilitate school-age children that would be registered at our centers and child care sites. The report back to that, of course, is, and this was right before the plan began to roll out for Buffalo Public Schools. First of all, we'd like to thank you for providing every child and family with the necessary computer that they need so that they can do the online learning. We'd like to thank you for working with some of our sites throughout Buffalo for technical assistance. Whether it was a question on Wi-Fi, a question on any of the systems that are needed and involved so that the children were able to log on. We want to thank you because it is such a great tool. The providers want to be able to, they are still requesting a formal session of training on Schoology so that they could be a stronger support. And now that we're in Orange, we definitely are going to need that because the children that are at the school sites throughout Buffalo are going to be coming back into our centers for a longer period of time. Even if it is a virtual learning site, additional space will be necessary for those that are not designated virtual learning sites. We also want to thank you so much for being accommodating to area child care providers and providing food, having access to the lunch meals for the school-age children that they have enrolled at their centers. It truly is a support, especially now, again, with the students, with schools possibly having to close their doors. Please keep that resource open because if parents still have to work, those children will be back at the child care sites. So we want to thank you for that partnership. And I should have said from the beginning, President Belton Cotman, Dr. Bartle, Dr. Botticelli, they were all there at that meeting. And if I'm forgetting somebody, I'm sorry, at that town hall meeting at the beginning of our journey together. And I want to thank you. Finally, we had spoke about the possibility of what would happen with our special needs children, the special needs students. Of course, the answer to that was in September, October. They could enter school and begin and attend to their education. But if the schools should close again, that means they will be back, especially if their parents are working, they will be back in our child care sites. And we welcome them, of course. So is there any way that we can get additional support from Buffalo Public School for these children? Will their therapists be able to continue to visit our sites to do their hearing, their speech, their
Ms.
OT,
Rhodes, can you tie this up? You've run pretty long. Can you tie it up succinctly? Put a nice little bow on it.
Okay. Well, ultimately, I just again saying thank you. This was a report out, but with the beginning of such a wonderful partnership, we have that much more that we want to continue down the road together to strengthen as a child care community and Buffalo Public Schools. So we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Rhodes. We appreciate your kind words. Next up, we have Felicia Williamson. Is Ms. Williamson available?
Yes, I am. Can you all hear me?
We can, Ms. Williamson. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I do want to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity. My name is Felicia Williamson. I'm the owner of My Precious Angels Child Care. I am calling in today on behalf of parents. We are one of the virtual learning support centers at our location on Bailey Avenue. And I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that parents are overwhelmed. I have never in my 16 years of doing child care have experienced anything like this, where I've had parents coming in tears, thanking us for allowing them to have their child come to our site. Grandparents who are raising their grandchildren who have no idea how to use the technology. I have a grandparent who is receiving treatment for cancer, who's come in and said, I'm dying and I can't take this. I can't do this. Parents who cannot read or write. Children who have been, parents have told me they've left their children at home before the virtual learning support center started. But I also feel that teachers need to show a little bit more compassion for these families. I have had some, not all, but some teachers who have refused to bring children back in if they accidentally logged off the Zoom meeting or class. I've had teachers refuse to allow a child an extra hour to turn in an assignment because it was homework and mom didn't have time to do the homework with them. These are things that we were battling with, getting the children caught up from September. So they came to us 30 days behind. And we had teachers that didn't even want to show any compassion for the children or the parents. I've also been informed that CPS is getting a number of calls from teachers who are reporting parents for educational neglect, as if they don't have enough on their plate. So on behalf of parents and on behalf of early childhood providers, I'm asking the Buffalo Board of Education to help us figure out a way to come together to benefit the children. We don't want to leave them behind educationally or emotionally. So what can we do to get on the same page? Because these parents are hurting, they're overwhelmed, and the children are lost, and we're losing them even more. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williamson. It's good to hear from you again.
Thank you, Lou.
At this point, the next speaker we have is David Rust. David, are you still on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
The floor is yours, Mr. Rust.
Thank you, everyone. Madam President, Vice President Petrucci, distinguished members, certainly our student board member, Ms. Walker and Dr. Cash. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm thankful for each of you, and I would note on an earlier comment, if you need assistance with food delivery, please let us know. We supported that extensively when the pandemic hit through the summer, and we're happy to help next week as an organization. My comments tonight, I respect this board and the governing role you play immensely. You play a critical role in governing the Buffalo Public Schools. I think you know it's probably no surprise I'm speaking. I've always worked hard to represent Say Yes, to represent the public schools, to serve as an advocate and ally for everyone on this call, and to bring assets to the Buffalo Public Schools for our students. I've spoken regularly in support of BPS, this board, teachers, and certainly spoken in support of Dr. Cash, and you've all been with me through those times. You are an excellent governing board. I also believe we have an excellent superintendent, Dr. Cash, and a senior management team that is leading the district right now. I would also know I commend the administrators, our teachers' aides, and all those working in support to keep this critical work moving forward right now through the district. It's been a total team effort. Pre-COVID, this was the best position the school district has been in a long time. Schools are in good standing, graduation rates are up. And from a Say Yes Buffalo perspective, I see our supports fully aligned with the district and all departments. These will be needed more than ever post-COVID. This takes teamwork and partnership, and the leadership at the board and superintendent level has yielded great opportunities. I note the professional development opportunity from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for example, and the build out of the data system from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Those resulted from a trip that Dr. Cash and I took out to Seattle to talk about the Buffalo Public Schools. There's a belief in Buffalo. People are investing in Buffalo and the school district, even from this own community, the city, the county, and foundations, and it's because of teamwork. We have strong collective leadership at the admin and teaching level, continuity at the board level, and strong continuous leadership at the superintendent level, Dr. Cash. And these entities are investing in you, distinguished board members, and in you, Dr. Cash. You are all leading in public education. So at Say Yes, we're here for students, parents, and the school district, of course. You're producing results. You're all putting students first. You, our board, is led, as is you, Dr. Cash, and I thank you for the leadership over the last number of years. Because of your collective efforts, student outcomes and opportunities are improving. I thank you for this opportunity to speak, Vice President Petrucci and Madam President Kottman and fellow board members. As always, I'm happy to talk one-to-one after if anyone would like. Happy Thanksgiving to all, and I will listen to the remainder of this virtually.
Wow, that was perfect 3 minutes.
You are good, David. That was great.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russ, for your kind words about the district and about the senior staff and the superintendent. Next, our next speaker is Larica Clauser. Is Ms. Clauser available? Is she on the line?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
The floor is yours, Ms. Clauser.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Larica Clauser, and I am a proud parent of 3 former BPS students, graduates of City Honors in Olmsted 156, and 3 current students in grades 4, 7, and 11, Olmsted 156 and Bennett Park Montessori. I have been a BPS swim parent for the past 9 years and counting. My son currently holds the City Honors records for the 100 butterfly. My 7th grader would have joined the girls' combined BPS swim team had the pandemic not forced school to be remote. I'm speaking tonight because I am very concerned about the future of the girls' combined varsity swimming and diving team. When my daughter Christiana, along with Michaela Hall and Mrs. Nicole Shepard, voiced their concerns at the last meeting, they were told that the team, along with the parents, would have the opportunity to meet with the athletic department to discuss all concerns and issues. To my disappointment, that meeting never happened. I was also surprised when I read the proposal that the athletic department came up with concerning the girls' swim and BPS. The proposal is littered with inaccuracies, and every issue that was brought up at the last meeting was completely disregarded. Although there are many, there are 3 inaccuracies I would like to point out. Number 1, the combined girls team is the City Honors team. This is not true. City Honors has a girls team who swims in the winter season along with the boys. The combined swim team is just that. It's a team that allows girls from all BPS schools from grades 7 to 12 to swim in junior varsity and varsity in the fall season. City Honors, Olmsted Performing Arts, and Discovery are some of the schools that have already been represented on this combined team. Number 2, times in the in a 20-yard pool can be converted to 25 yards. Although this is true, that only sounds good on paper because it's easier said than done. A time converted from a short distance to a longer distance has shown to be difficult to actually reach when a swimmer is used to swimming the shorter distance. This happens a lot when short course times are converted to long course times. It would definitely put the girls at a disadvantage. And number 3, Buffalo girls swim doesn't align with Section 4. This is also correct and incorrect. The girls' teams that swim in the winter, along with the boys, do not align with Section 4. However, the beauty of the combined team does. The girls in the combined team swim in the fall and all have the opportunity to qualify for class, sectional, and state meets. The combined team has already had success in both class and sectional meets. The creation of the girls' combined BPS team is the best thing to happen to girls swimming in the city of Buffalo. I have watched this team firsthand grow from its conception 5 years ago. And every year the girls grow stronger and more competitive. One example is during most meets last year, even if the team lost the meet, our girls, the BPS girls, took first and second in the 100 breaststroke. This combined team has shocked the suburban teams over and over with their talent. The swimsuits that the girls wear do not say City Honors. They say BPS. Each girl represents their home school and the city of Buffalo with such pride that these girls should. So I ask, why fix something that isn't broken? Disbanding this team could very well be the downfall of the BPS girls swimming as we know it. It would be a sad day if that happens. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clauser. I'll just remind the board that I do believe that former board member John Licata did hold the butterfly record at City Honors at one point. But moving forward, thank you for your comments. I appreciate them very much. Next, we have Keith Jones, a concerned parent. Mr. Jones, are you on the line?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Jones. The floor is yours.
Well, I want to, this first time I've been able to speak to some of y'all that sent prayers in regards to me when I was going through my sickness in April. So this is the first time I could speak. I've been speaking on this to this board for about 13, 14 years. So I'm going to do a little housekeeping before I say what I want to say about the superintendent's performance. I'm just saying that when people sign up to speak to this board, they're not pressured by anyone to say or do anything the way they want to do. So I don't think people should be receiving phone calls just because they think that somebody was persuaded to say something or put up to say something. That sounds like there's something that's going on within the board that needs not to be brought out to the public, and it needs to stay behind doors. No, now y'all know no one's going to pressure me to say anything or suggest that I was pressured to say anything. I took offense to this. So future references, when you started out, you said perform in a professional manner. That's how y'all should perform. You shouldn't have to be calling parents when they want to speak to this body, like someone put them up to it. Because like I said, I've been doing this for 12 years, and I don't everybody that hear this voice, that can hear this voice, I'm my own man and don't nobody tell me to do nothing. Now, since that's out the way, I want to commend you, Dr. Cash, for the job that you're doing right now. We're going through some serious times right now that the schools are closing. As I commend you on letting parents be involved in the reopening stuff, which I've been done it. We have a health advisory. Everything is moving right. Leadership is important right here because we see we don't have leadership in this country. That's why this thing is exploding the way it is. You allowed us to do this. You brought up the graduation rates, as Dave Russ said, with education bargain. You've been doing a lot of good things here. And I commend you for that. You're doing good things for the district. I get feedback that people appreciate the job that you are doing. And I hope you will still be around here to continue the job you're doing because you're following the science. You have a phase-in plan that is going to work, that is going there. But right now, we don't hit orange because we have people that don't want to believe in the science and don't want to do what they want to do, and everybody's thinking about themselves. You're protecting our children, but you're also protecting our community. You need to test. You need to do everything. The board gave you a glowing recommendation. I hope they still feel that way. You know, because there's no need for anyone to change their mind right now. We need you right here. You're doing good work. I appreciate everything you're doing. I appreciate what the board is doing. But everything needs to be concentrated on keeping our kids safe and the community safe. Because without that, and the teachers. But there's going to be a lot of little things that's coming down the road that need to be done. And I have faith in you and your cabinet that it will be done. So, like I said earlier, I appreciate all the prayers and stuff y'all put up when I was going through my pneumonia stage, and y'all almost wouldn't hear this voice no more. A few of y'all might be glad this voice wouldn't be heard, but I'm gonna be here. But like I said, I commend everything you're doing, Dr. Cash, and the cabinet, and I look forward to keep working with y'all. Dave Rust, I appreciate the things you're doing here with Say Yes. You're providing a valuable service to our kids. And the people that's doing the child care, we need you too. This is a glove. All of us need to stick together and work together. So y'all got my support, and I hope I have y'all support on things that is going to be in the future about testing that's going to come up that I'm going to be talking about. But that's some work that we be doing, that I be doing, and we doing as an organization that's going to be important to keep our kids safe, but more importantly, keep our community safe. Because this is life and death. People are dying. We in Orange. We shouldn't be in Orange. If everybody do what they're supposed to do personally and think about other folks, we will be all right. Once again, thank you, Dr. Cash. Thank you, Cabinet. And to be continued, as I always say. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to voice what I had to say, and it's coming from the heart. Because y'all know the first thing I do is worry about the kids in this district. I will always uphold it. And that's what I say. Thank you, Lou.
All right.
Thank you, everybody else.
Good to hear from you, Mr. Jones. I'm sure we'll hear from you again in the future. We always welcome your comments and words.
Thank you, Lou. And forgot, happy holidays to everybody.
Well, thank you, Mr. Jones. Our next speaker is Rachel Fix Dominguez, co-chair of the BPTO. Is Ms. Fix Dominguez available?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Rachel Fix Dominguez, and I'm co-chair of the BPTO. I wanted to start tonight by saying thank you to everyone who is currently making the best of a very, very difficult year. Our children's lives have shifted radically this year. Living through a pandemic with school-aged children, so hard. Knowing what to do regarding their schooling is fraught with difficulty, and with the deep fear that all parents have, maybe we're not doing the right thing, or not doing enough, or that our children are falling behind. These are the kinds of worries that keep me up at night, and I know that I am nowhere near alone. I wish I were alone. I would never wish these kinds of worries on anyone else. Situation is impossible, and those who are having to make decisions about schools, the superintendents, the boards of education, are doing some of the hardest decision-making of their lives. I see that, I get it, and that's why I wanted to come before you today to say thank you to the superintendent and his cabinet, and to all of you board members for providing steady and calm and science-based leadership throughout these past 8 months. I've had the privilege of serving on the Superintendent's Health Advisory Council, and there have been many times when I have been very grateful for our superintendent's thoughtful approach, his focus on the science, and his willingness to listen to health experts. The way we are going to make it through this pandemic most successfully is by using the science to guide our decisions, and by seeing the best in each other and building each other up. We have to focus on building for our children. This virus is raging in our community once again, and we have to keep everyone safe. So let's stay the course and let's keep doing what we're doing. It's not easy, but we have a stable board, stable district leadership, and stable remote instruction during a pandemic. Let's keep that stability. Let's keep building and moving forward with a collaborative mindset. Our children need us to be the strongest we've ever been. And by our children, I mean all BPS students. I'm speaking tonight as a parent. Parents have never been more important to this district than we are right now. We are doing massive amounts of work. We have taken on the heaviest of burdens. What we are asking of you as a board and a district is that you help us by continuing this reasonable, scientifically based, strong leadership. We want to see you have a laser-like focus on safety, equity, and our children's futures. Keep doing what you're doing. Push harder to do more of it, since parents are out here pushing as hard as we can. We're all in the education bargain together, and we thank you and offer our support to you, our superintendent and our board, for everything that you have done during these most uncertain times. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fix-Dominguez. We appreciate your comments. That concludes our speakers. Ms. Gottman?
I can't hear you, Sharon. Did you say something?
Response to the speakers?
Okay, I didn't hear you. Colleagues, certainly Vonetta Rhodes and Felicia Williamson, I think they have two different organizations, but they both provide this hub support that we've been working on in partnership with the Say Yes organization that I think is a very, very important partnership. And I hear Ms. Rhodes and Ms. Williamson on the need for the virtual learning centers and the child care centers and the partnership that we have, but that there also are many challenges still that we face daily around that. And we just need to continue to lift each other up and help each other around that. Now, David, one of the questions I had for you and Will, who've been leaders with this work, when we go back into the pullback, are we going to do that with the hubs as well, or do those continue to go as they are? Any thoughts on that? David, are you still with me? Will?
Dr. Cash, yeah, this is Will. I did have some discussions with county officials today about what will be the impact of going to the orange code on our virtual learning centers in partnership with Say Yes. And there will be some impact. There will be some heightened regulation around the numbers and around, you know, the overall capacity at the center. So more information will be coming out to the virtual learning centers over the next few days on that.
Okay, because I don't want us to get out of alignment or uneven on the serious nature of this COVID, as everybody's expressed, and as we all know, but then we stay full capacity of bringing kids in to these virtual centers and child care centers and so forth. It's just a question I have, and I don't have to answer it tonight, but follow up on that with David, Will, if you would.
Right, will do.
All right, certainly thank David for his continued partnership. It's one of the most, I think, significant partnerships that I've seen in public education anywhere. And we're fortunate to have such a partnership with Say Yes. And thank you, David, for offering to support food delivery during this time. As Mr. Hurd mentioned, maybe if we do get into a situation where we start to need to feed more families, your capacity and volunteerism will help us with that task. So thank you again for your work. Larika Klauser, colleagues, this swim team thing is making me swim. I really don't don't fully understand it. I certainly don't want to deny students any opportunity whatsoever. I think what we need to do, Mr. Hurd, is just either bring this to a devoted ad hoc committee or a devoted student support services work session, just so we can all understand, hash it out, hear all the arguments, because at the heart of it, I thought was equity. And I thought we were trying to improve on that issue for our students. But Ms. Clauser and the communique I received from Ms. McCosey seemed to think otherwise. So let's just sit down and figure out what's going on with all of this and keep the discussions moving forward and keep everything status quo until we understand the issue fully. And then we'll try to reach consensus on how to move forward. That would be my suggestion. But thank you, Ms. Clauser, for your comments this evening and your advocacy for the young ladies in the swim team. Keith Jones, certainly, you know, we go back to Memphis, and you're right. Nobody can tell you anything, not even when to stop speaking. So thank you, Keith, for all of your good work as an advocate and for being real, being authentic. Always appreciate it. Rachel Dominguez-Fix, sort of unequaled, really, in her eloquence, as always, and really a message of unity is what I heard in her message and her comments, and certainly we would support that. That's what's needed right now more than ever. So those are my comments, Mr. Petrucci and Board Chair Ms. Kottman.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. I'd like to comment on one of the things that the Mrs. Rose spoke about. That organization recently started, and they asked our staff to put together a information session for the Universal Pre-K program, and Kelly Baldo and Jessica Bowers has been working on something to help to try to bring more community-based daycares into the fold. And I was wondering if they were online tonight, that they could going to happen in December. I'm not sure if they're on tonight, that they could share what they're doing with the board before we go into our committee reports. Or Jessica, are they there?
Jessica.
This is Ann Botticelli. I don't believe that either Kelly or Jessica's on the line right now.
No,
but I do know that they're going to work with the providers to help them understand the differences between daycare and UPK and what they would need to do if they were interested in applying.
Right, and they're going to do it December the 5th at 10 a.m. on a Saturday to accommodate these people. So they heard their call the last time she was here, spoke to us. They asked for this, and our staff did sign up some support for them. So I'm very pleased to report that. And there'll be flyers going out in regards to that. Okay. All right, thank you. I need a motion to accept the minutes from the previous meetings that Terrence heard. And
please, for a question.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. I believe some of the things that we were talking about, Mrs. Closer, is actually number item 26 on our agenda today. I know the possibility of moving that up before so that the athletic department can report back to those individuals. I believe they're on hand right now.
What's that, Mr. Hurd?
We talked about Ms. Closer's actually number item 26 on our agenda today. I'd like to know the possibility of moving that up so that they can get the information that they were looking for. I believe from our meeting yesterday with the athletic department that they did put out a report, and they was prepared.
Colleague, what I was mentioning in the speakers was that there's a lot of information in there that I'm not aware of, and I, my staff is prepared to answer all of it, but it could take another hour or so. It really could, because it's about a 4-page sheet, and what I had recommended was moving that to either a devoted ad hoc committee where we come and hear all the issues at that committee just on that from Ms. Clauser, from any other advocate around the issue. Then our staff respond. I hear the issues, and then we bring it back to the full board on kind of where we are. I just think that would be a better, smoother use of our time. It doesn't dismiss it. It says it's live, it's active. Let's keep working on it. But I think tonight it could get quite involved because there was a lot of new information in that email that I wasn't privy and aware of, and I'd like to be more aware of. So if you'd accept that recommendation, I think that would be a constructive way to move forward.
Of course, Dr. Cash. So we'll be moving item 26 to, would this be, you said independent or a devoted ad hoc committee for the swim diet
Yeah,
program?
I think if you develop an ad hoc committee, not on Thanksgiving or on Christmas, then because you guys meet every day, it seems like, I'll be happy to attend it. I'll be there, and we can work it through. Meet with both, meet with all the parties, get a good understanding of it, and then come back to the full board, or come to committee as student support services. Not trying to delay it, but just try, because it's not going to happen this year. This year, sports is paused, right? So this is a good time to work on this issue, get clarity about it, and then bring a recommendation to the board and/or to me so that my staff can implement it.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll work this at a future date.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Okay, are we
President.
ready to move forward? Okay, now, motion to accept the previous minutes for August the 19th and October the 21st.
So moved.
Okay, Larry moved, second by who? Her? Cozy, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. Okay, it's accepted. Okay. Committee reports. Are there any committee reports at this point?
Yes.
Okay. Well, just for courtesy's sake, what I'd like to do is reach out to our student board member, Tamisha. Do you have anything that you would like to share with the board under committee reports, or some of the or anything? Because I don't want her to be hold her too long. But if she wants to share something with us, she certainly can. Is what I want her to do. Okay, she's disappeared, so maybe not. Okay, who's up first? Who would like to go first? Committee report. Mr. Petrucci, do you have anything to share?
Thank you, President Koppman. Yeah, I just want to let you know that I did reach out to the comptroller's office for an update regarding the matters that were discussed at the last finance and operations meeting. I'm waiting for a response. I received an initial one, but not a final one. So I did want to let board members know that I did reach out on behalf of the board for the items that were discussed at that time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President. Mr. Board Member Terrence Hurd.
Yes, my committee report is actually on the agenda today under item number 23. So should we just review it at that time?
Well, final code of conduct addendum to be tabled. Is that what you're talking about?
Actually, the code of conduct that we went over during the Education Support Committee meeting. And this is the finalization for us to, I believe it's tabled, but it actually all information about the meeting is in that code of conduct and it results from our meeting.
Okay, Mr. Darren Brown, Dr.
Yes.
Brown, point of order, please. This item is tabled for 2 meetings. Is that what it is?
It's tabled for this meeting, then the board can vote on it at the next meeting.
So, Mr. Hurd, the board will be voting on this during the next meeting. At our next meeting, is that to you? because it's there to be voted on. So if there's any changes that the board wants to make, they should be working with and et cetera in regards to this. Other than that, we will vote on it at our next board meeting.
Okay. Well, as a committee report, it's actually the same as, but they did listen to our when I spoke about the hoodie issue with the code of conduct, and that has been removed about wearing a hoodie. And so I did like the idea that our kids actually can show some report about, the style or expressing themselves in wearing a hoodie, but it says not to wear a hoodie on their head while in school. So, but our report was about the code of conduct as we move forward. And if you are to report on it, there was a public school code of conduct addendum during the COVID-19 for the 2021 year for our remote and hybrid learning and behavior expectations. So we met on this about an hour, and it was Dr. Chandra Williams, our Associate Superintendent of Support Services, and staff who did the report on this, and they did a very fine job of looking at the report and looking at the needs and meeting with our parent groups about how to go forward of addressing the code of conduct during this COVID and remote learning periods. So I believe that they adhere to all the safety protocols and the technology and safety measures. They looked at the dress code, as I mentioned earlier, and they included more things into the code of conduct, like new things our kids are facing, like vaping, and looking into the restorative justice practices, adopting those theories into our leadership, with Dr. Cash also, who supports, and I know Larry Scott also is a big opponent for our restorative justice practices, and I believe that that's something that is very beneficial for our district to move forward in, and it could address a lot of our suspension issues and a lot of our issues of incident reports. So this code of conduct addresses issues with the staff, the students, our caregivers, and our community partners. So I believe that Dr. Chandra Williams, and hats off, for the work that you and your staff have been doing with this. And I believe next week when we vote on that, we should actually, or next board meeting when we vote on it, we all should really dig into a little more and to see the things that detailed in it.
All right. Thank you very much. Next up, Finance and Ops, Board Member Woods, do you have anything to share with us?
It's basically that we had the finance, the first quarter report that Jeff gave us the last meeting, saying that we're saving money in transportation, so our fiscal position improved by about $15 million. And then he also gave us the report that we still are the possibility of a 20% reduction in state aid. So that's something we need to keep our eyes on, because if it doesn't change, we're going to have to address it.
Thank you. Vice President Evans Brown, do you have anything to share with us this evening?
Okay, not really, but my last work session, Dr. Cash, you have to excuse me, my grandkids decided to come over today, but nevertheless, and they're little people, 3 and under. So, Dr. Cash pretty much took our time as the student achievement and the executive time to talk about a projected in-person plan for children coming back to the schools. We were looking at bringing approximately, and Dr. Cash, you can correct me, I believe we had said about 7,000 kids, but all schools would be open. So I'm not going to summarize that whole robust meeting because it took about 2.5 hours, but right. It looks like that particular plan is on, it's stabilized now because we are in the orange. So that's,
yeah, all the schools' plans are complete. It was about between 5,000 and 6,000 students, and over 10,700 people total when you include staff. So another 6,000 staff. So the good news is that the principals have those plans ready. They have reached out to their families. A lot of families said no. A lot of the families said no, even though they said thank you for considering my child because they did have high needs. But at this time, I'm not confident to send my child back. I think they said something like 40 or 50% of the responses were coming back that way. But we're ready to go with transportation. We're ready to go with all of the PPE equipment, special equipment, when the time comes to responsibly and safely return to school.
Thank you for that.
Dr. Evans-Brown, do you have anything else you'd like to share?
No, not at this time.
All right, thank you. Okay, our board member, I'm not sure, Tamisha, did you have anything to share with the board at this point? Or Tamisha?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you.
I don't think I had anything to share with the board. I just want to say that I've been hearing all good ideas lately. Currently,
Murphy's Law. It's frozen. Sorry, Tamisha.
question about the system actually. Currently, hello, can you hear me?
It's sort of frozen. Now you're moving again.
You can hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. I was saying that I was wondering about the grading system. The first quarter has just closed, and I haven't got some of my grades back. And also, other students are worrying about the grades. And my question is, like, what is the grading system, and how is it going, and what is going on? I don't understand. Teachers aren't telling us anything, and it's just a concern because from my
Okay, I think we got enough. We had an idea of what her question is, Dr. Cash. Were you able to hear her? She's concerned about.
Help me out, Sharon.
So the marking period has ended. She's concerned about her grades. Students have not been getting feedback, and they're concerned, and she's concerned about her grades. That's the gist of it, basically. You're right? Is that it?
Yeah, if that's it, okay. Thank you for the question, Tamisha. What I can tell you is that's all we've been working on the last 3 or 4 weeks. And I've been working very closely with Ann Botticelli on this. She put out some guidance to teachers around this issue. I've reviewed it thoroughly. The cabinet has reviewed it, the ASLs, the principals, and I believe it's been sent out to teachers this week, Monday. So, Ann, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe students will start to hear soon about their marks for this quarter. But I think what I also hear in Tamisha's question, Ann, and you know I expressed this concern throughout the quarter, is students have to hear on a regular basis about how they're doing. It shouldn't be sprung on them at the end of the quarter that they were doing well or that they weren't doing well. They've got X number of assignments missing, or they don't. I mean, that has to be a steady, even weekly update to the student on where they are. So maybe you could fill in with that and respond to Tamisha, because if she has that question, I'm sure many students have the same question. It's an excellent one. And we want to make sure we're doing what's right with that.
Sure, Dr. Cash. This is Ann. So teachers are actually in the process of closing grades. They're still in the grade entry window period. So final grades have not been posted in most classes yet. However, you're correct in that we want constant communication. So if Tamisha wants to reach out to me, we can speak offline. But the ideal would be that teachers are having ongoing dialogue with students about missing assignments or work that they might need to revise or support that they might need. And Tamisha, I would definitely encourage you to access teachers during their office hours to ask any questions you might have about assignments.
The issue, can you hear me?
Yes.
The issue with that is when you ask teachers, what am I missing or what do I have to do in order to make up, or even before it comes to the end of the quarter, teachers are saying, okay, go look in Schoology and look in your updates and you should find everything there. And once you inform them that what you need is not there, they'll repeatedly tell you that it's in there, you have to look. And I just feel like that's not the correct thing. That's not the correct way at all to go about things. You have to physically and mentally explain what students need to do, how they need to do them, how to access information just in case teams go offline, just in case Schoology go offline. It's that some teachers don't have a plan in hand and they want to wait until the last minute to tell students, you have to do this, you have to do that, or you're going to fail.
I certainly agree with everything you said, and that is exactly what we should do as professional educators. I'm hoping your experience is not widespread. What I'd like to do, Toya, could you also reach out and Ann to Tamisha? You've already got another piece to reach out, Toya. Just try to get to that. And you know, we've been working on this all semester, so I want to correct that for Tamisha, but then for all of the other students as well. Could you do that?
Yes, absolutely. We'll do.
That'll happen right after the board meeting, Tamisha. Not sure how we get your number, but maybe Darren can figure out how to get that. If you send it somewhere, then we can give it to Ann and Toya.
Toya has it.
I have a number already.
Okay, good. Thank you for those comments, Tamisha. That's excellent.
What came to mind in listening to our board member, our student board member, is that maybe it might be a good idea, student survey at this point. Now, the needs assessment for our students. I'd like some feedback from you, board member Walker. She's frozen again. Interested in spearheading a student survey for the students so that we can get feedback and be able to make sure during these times that, you know, we're doing the best that we can for you. Interested in possibly working on
something. That's a good idea. Darren, what would you suggest since you've been helping with those surveys?
Dr. Cash and Board President Kottman, you may remember we just closed the student survey on October 30th, so we can resend that data out to you. There's a lot of rich data in there, and we can send that out to you, and we will share that widely to make sure that we're addressing all of the items that were brought up in the survey. So I can resend that out to the board members also, because there's a lot of rich data in there.
As well as our student representative, so that we can get feedback from her to see if we met the needs. If not, you know, we can talk more again about doing another one. All right, that's
well,
good.
And I think Board Chair Kottman, we can keep a survey open. There's no reason why a survey for students can't just remain open, and let's keep hearing from them. So we're at the quarter end now, and this is a critical juncture in the year. So I'd like to hear from students about their first quarter experience, for example. So we could add another question or two, Darren, and let's just keep it out there, keep it open a little bit. And every 2 weeks, we look at it, and Ms. Bryce can collate and give us some feedback, particularly with students. I really think during this time, we got to hear from students almost above everyone else.
Okay, I have a hand raised for board member Dr. Revere.
I'd like to second that about surveying students' experience, and I really would like to I really would like to recommend that one of the things that we ask students is precisely about the barriers that they're encountering to virtual learning, because that's what I'm hearing Ms. Walker talk about. That's what I'm seeing with my daughter too. And I'm sure that this happens. And one of the things about virtual learning is that there are a lot of barriers, that communication breaks down really, really easily. And the more information we can get from students about where it's falling apart, the quicker we can find ways to support them a little further, rather than guessing what they need, actually giving them what they need.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Concur.
Okay, Mr. Hurd?
Yes, thank you, President Cotman. I have a question. Isn't this something that our the student coaches are supposed to be on top of, working with the parents and the students, and the families?
The coaches?
The family liaisons that we have.
Yes. Isn't it their ideally their job, as we spoke about before?
Right. The parent liaisons and the family liaisons are working with the families, so we can follow up with that with our Office of Parent and Family Engagement, just to make sure that those connections are tight, because I do know that they have been working with families.
Okay. Is there a report given from the liaisons about issues that the students or families may be having with education and Schoology and work and grades?
Right. Well, they work with the teachers and the principals at the school buildings about any issues that are brought or surfaced to them, so that they can actually solve those issues or work with the families and the school connections immediately. That is brought to the attention of the school principals also.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's okay. Ms. Walker, have you reached out to your liaison representative? Ms. Walker?
Please.
Did you have opportunity to reach out? I'm sorry.
We can't hear you, young lady.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you even know who she is?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Bring up these issues, Ms. Walker, with Ms. Wilson and Ms. Botticelli when they contact you. Okay, we'll work to help you.
Thank you. I have another hand raised, but I'm not sure where it's from or who is it from?
Me.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. I don't know why this is.
Okay, I just wanted to chime in on student surveys. I agree with having surveys. I also believe that when we talk about student voices, the adults don't ask the questions. I think some of the questions ought to come from the kids. The kind of questions that they know that their peers will answer correctly, because yourselves as adults, we see it from a different perspective. Kids have a tendency of knowing how to present a question in a kid's tone, and kids understand what that means.
That's a great recommendation, Dr. Evans-Brown, and I'm sure that's something we can ask Ms. Walker to lead, because she's also president of the Inter-High Student Council, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's a great idea.
Great idea. Next, is it Jennifer, Board Member Makuzi?
Yes, my question is for you, Board Member Walker. All of us have our own independent strategies as to how our constituents and folks reach out to us. And I'm wondering if you currently have a strategy, being president of Inter-High Council, or what can board members do to help you kind of create a strategy or avenues on top of what the district can help you with. Like, we're all here to make sure that you're able to connect to your constituents as well, which is pretty much all the high school students. Like, how can, and this could be something you email us, but I'm just offering, and I'm speaking for everyone, but not speaking for everyone. But like, how can we help you? It's a lot for, for one person to be leading so many things. And I've heard that constantly in this conversation, that you're leading things. So I just want to make sure that you realize that there's support, and avenues, and just reach out if, you need help in figuring out strategies to connect with everybody that can help you. Because it's very important. If you can get the student voice that we're so hungry for in order to move things along, how can we help you do that is basically what I'm saying.
Thank you, Board Member.
I actually have some data from my first student Voice Matter group that I created when COVID first came around. Also, it takes meetings and planning. It's no exact strategy in my head. It just takes time meeting. It just takes time and meeting up and just talking about it to see what works.
Would you like to share that information with us at a committee meeting or something, Board Member Walker? Do you think it's something that you would be interested in, or what? Or do you, just we're receptive to it if you want to share it with us. You don't have to, but I'm just saying we are receptive to it if you want to share it with us.
Yeah, I would love to share that type of information. I gave students a few surveys and I asked them a variety of questions, and not only from I have a lot of different groups, not only from just students in Buffalo, there's students outside of Buffalo, parents in Buffalo, outside of Buffalo. I just have a lot of data that I've been collecting. I haven't been on it as recently because the Inter-High Council is having their meeting, so I'm trying to focus on both groups, but my focus is leading towards the Inter-High Council to get them on the prompt of what we need to do next. But yeah, I'll share that information if you need it.
So if you want to share anything with us, Dr. Brown Hall can assist you, or Dr. Brown, who would you recommend? Would she work with the person who's assigned to Inter-High, or what?
Absolutely. And I've been connecting. I know that Nicole Bicena is the staff person over Inter-High. For example, I know that Nicole worked with Tanisha to review the board docs, and then I'll be working with Nicole. So Nicole works to, help us with that, and then I can work through Nicole, who reports to Dr. Tanja Williams.
Thank you. I have another board member hand up, Terrence Hurd.
Yes, thank you, President Cotman. President Cotman. What I would like to do, Ms. Walker, is possibly you invite us to your meetings, and we can sit in and listen to your meetings at some point. So if you can let us know when you meet and when your teams meet together, so that we can come in as an ear and listen in to see and hear some of the voices, through student voice, about what your concerns are, what you're not prepared for, what you want to help work for in the future. And I myself, I will clear my calendar just to make sure that I can partake in it. And if you need any help with it, please, I believe the district should be helping you, put this together if you can, and put it on the calendar. Are you using like a Zoom platform or anything like that for the meetings? Okay, if you can help, you can distribute that link, or we can put it on one of our links to get the meeting going, and so we can listen in. But we'd love for you to facilitate it. I'd love to hear, some of the language that's going on and talks, and how we can assist you throughout this process.
Okay, thank you.
So just so you know, we're receptive to whatever we can do to accommodate you, and we're interested in hearing your voices of the students' voices. Okay, everyone satisfied? Good. Okay, moving forward, we are going to need a vote to a motion to accept the consent agenda. But second by Hurd. Okay, moving forward, let's see. I have number 13A, Brown, and I want to be clear here. I'm sorry.
Oh, this was Nate Kuzma. I just wanted to be clear and make it known that as our practice, the board resolutions are typically separate and apart from the consent agenda.
Thank you. So did you hear that the board resolutions are separate and apart from the consent agenda? Okay. Number 13A, I have Dr. Evans Brown. (13A) is a resolution service provided by the City of Buffalo.
Do you have a question about that, Dr. Evans Brown?
So I read it twice, and it was a little confusing. I just needed some clarity. Do we as the district pay these dollars for personnel, a personnel assistant, chief of police, attorney, and get reimbursed, or it's not clear to me?
So we are invoiced. Thank you for the question, Dr. Evans Brown. We are invoiced annually from the city for those 3 positions, and then we actually pay the invoice. So those individuals are paid through by the city, and we actually reimburse the city. For example, the personnel assistant works in the civil service office. So years ago, we always had a very long time with getting processing through civil service. So one of the remedies was that if we fund a position, that position would work wholly on Buffalo Public Schools items, which has increased the time that we get items through civil service for processing. So we have 3 positions with the City of Buffalo that we are invoiced for.
These figures up to 60,000, up to 190,000, up to 100,000, these are the actual numbers, or do they vary?
Based on who holds the position. For example, for the personnel assistant, when someone's hired into that position, it could be a range of salaries. If they have no experience, it's their first year, it'll be at a lower scale, whatever that scale is for that union position in the city. So it would be on that scale also. But these are the up to amounts that we would pay for those positions. And that does not all include salary. Please keep in mind, for example, chief of police, it says 190. That's for salary, benefits, and other things that we are invoiced for.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarity, because I wasn't sure if that was, real, or just something that is here. I wasn't sure.
Right, and
But
the board, thank you, and the board approves the resolution every other year. Every 2 years, the board approves that resolution. The last time it was approved was September 19th, 2018.
Okay.
Are you good? Okay, thank you. 17B, I have questions from Hurd and Scott.
I had a question on 13 also.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Okay. I see on 13, it talked about a typist. It also talks about a liaison between the district and the Buffalo Police Department. What are the other services that's actually being included in this? I wasn't sure, and I didn't want to put it into an email, so you had to write a long email out. So just a basic overview about what services are actually offered in this, because it's actually my first time seeing it.
Well, we would have to pull the job descriptions for you, Mr. Hurd, to list out everything. And I apologize. Earlier in the resolution, it does say typist. That was changed to personnel assistant, so it could be more encompassing. But I can actually pull the job description for a personnel assistant, because there is a lot that the individual is able to do. The attorney position speaks for itself, and I don't know if Mr. Kuzma wants to add in, but they handle a lot of like the slip and fall accidents and everything that come to the district. Any claims that are made against the district, the city does handle that for us.
Okay. I would love if you could email me the job description. It's my first time seeing it, and I was just wanting a little more detail about what services
I can email that to the board. Like, for example, personnel assistant is a very detailed one, so I can email that to the board, absolutely.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Next, 17B, I have Hurd and Scott.
Yes. I just wanted to make a comment and then ask a question on this one. Sometimes some of these contracts get lost and the public doesn't get to hear about them, but this is important. It looks like we're investing with Say Yes Buffalo, a partnership between us and Say Yes to launch mobile health clinics that will provide healthcare as well as COVID-19 testing for families and staff during and after school hours. Obviously, something that's very important and necessary, especially when we begin in-person learning. What I was wondering is, there's hope on the way for a vaccine, and I'm wondering if there's potential for these mobile health clinics to be utilized when a vaccine does become available.
This is Will. It's a great question, and I will make sure to ask that tomorrow. We've been focusing on, obviously the COVID-19 testing is the priority, but the upcoming vaccine access, I think, is a great question. So I will ask that question and get back to you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Sharon, can I comment?
Mr. Petrucci.
I just want to kind of build upon Board Member Scott's comments. These have been under discussion for a long time. I know that we have a lot of health. We speak about food deserts in the city of Buffalo, but we have healthcare deserts in the city of Buffalo. So as much as COVID testing is a priority right now, the ability to have these type of mobile health clinics that could respond to a variety of issues throughout the city of Buffalo, I think would be a great benefit to the district.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah, to your point, Mr. Petrucci, yeah, the dual purpose is to include primary health care as a mission for the mobile health clinic, so that will be a part of it. When we ramp them up, it will be, of course, to focus on the required percentages of testing in colored zones where orange or whatever the situation is, if we go back to yellow and kids end up back in school. So it's to have the ability to do that. But primary health care will also be a key mission for the clinics.
Thank you, Dr. Caresses. Okay, Mr. Hurd, Board Member Hurd, do you have anything to say on this?
Yes, I would just like to say that Board Member Vice President Lou Petrucci and I spoke about this a while ago, and presented it to Dr. Darren Brown for the feasibility of, and Dr. Tandra Williams submitted some information to her also about getting the mobile units. I'd like to see, we also spoke with David Rust over Say Yes about the possibilities of it. It's like the initiative that this is formed here, and the work that this district has done to help put this together, and under Dr. Cash's leadership to implement this and make this actual, finding a way to help our kids and doing testing for our COVIDs and other elements that's happening within our area.
I'm sorry, is this a new thing, or is this something that we've had before? Because I've seen this before.
Yeah, we was working on building a relationship with the county to have the mobile units work here in this district, and so Dr. Tandra Williams made many calls back and forth with another medical facility, but I know David Russ found a way to get put together and work together with the district. So just like to say, just thank you for this initiative of working and trying to find out the avenues for our parents. Because at the time, our parents were saying that they couldn't get in, to have their child get the immunizations at that time. And that's one of the things that we were working on, is trying to find a ways where our kids continue with education.
Right. So the mobile units, Terrence, serve both purposes, or multiple purposes. They serve the purpose of COVID testing at a time when we're going to want to do that before kids start coming back, before even staff start coming back. And if we get the test free, as was indicated by the governor earlier, once we start back in school, then we'll have a place to do it, but we'll also use the mobile units to go neighborhood to neighborhood, throughout zip code to zip code in Buffalo, and try to help expedite that process. But because we're down to about still 800 and some students who need required vaccinations, I thought it would be a good idea to also vaccinate kids as we're going around. If we make it known and get families to just come there, because Dr. Quo and Dr. Gomez offered to be on these mobile units and conduct the vaccinations. I've asked them, and they offered to do it. And I think that's a huge thing for them to offer to do for our community. So we're ready to go with it as soon as as soon as you approve it, and then we'll start to work on a plan.
Thank you again.
All right, thank you. Moving forward, 18E, Member Woods.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Brown, for getting back to me on that item. But the question for 18E is also the question for item 12B. The question is that we are purchasing a lot of our equipment, COVID equipment, and we're making large equipment purchases of $300,000 a piece in each of these items. And we're using an emergency bid. And my question was, when you use an emergency bid, please do 3 telephone calls, which is like the minimum effort. The question in this particular item for scanners is that did we reach out to any minority firms, even with a phone call, so that we can still attempt to abide by the MBE policy of this board of trying to let everyone have an opportunity to bid. So in this particular item, Dr. Brown Hall was able to point out that companies reached out to, but one of them is an MBE, even if they're not on the certified list. But for item 12B, another $300,000 emergency bid, I don't know that, I just want to assure that even in the emergency bid process, we're not forgetting about overlooking that we are still looking for and reaching out to MBE bidders. And the fact is, since we're not opening the schools and they're with this code yellow or red that we're going to be, is there a reason that we can't use the regular bid process so that we know we're complying with the board's directives? So I just wanted more information on that emergency bid process.
Your questions were answered. You also are listed here for 22B and 22C. B is the budget amendment relates to the CARES Act grant fund, and C is 6/30/20. Action plan. Board Member Woods, you are listed for.
Question that I asked about the 22B, the budget amendment for the CARES Act. Amendment states that we got an extra $150,000 through the CARES Act. The actual revenue that came in was $150,000 more than we anticipated. And I just wanted to know, being recognized, what was it being used for? Where was it being set aside? Because the board members are always looking for any additional revenues, an opportunity to have some input in the use of those additional revenues. So my question was to point out that there is an extra $150,000 and what is going to be done with that for that item.
Jeffrey?
Good evening. This is Jeff Pritchard. Paulette, the extra amount above and beyond what was in the initial budget, that was utilized the same way that the entire grant was. The CARES grant was split. A portion of it goes to non-public schools, and then the remainder of it we utilized to fund our a portion of our K-3 teachers. So because the state essentially, they initially told us this was all general fund dollars, they switched it to the grants fund. It just changed the amount of dollars that we could fund through that grant. So it's not as though there's an additional 150 for something else. It just allowed us to fund more of those teachers through that grant.
Indicated that the teachers are being moved into a grant, but that's temporary, right? Those are not going to be positions that cause, if the grant funding doesn't continue, that they'll be for reduction. Am I correct?
Correct. These positions were historically general fund positions. And again, because of the nature of this funding, the state cut state aid and then replaced it with this federal aid. This year we had the opportunity and really the obligation, we had to move them into the grants fund. Next year, the intent in all of our budget projections are going to show these positions coming back into the general fund, unless, you know, we don't know yet what additional federal aid there might be. It's quite possible that there might be the next round of federal aid might be a repeat of this CARES Act aid, and perhaps that would be in the same amount. And then if that was the case, we would likely keep these positions in the grant for another year. But otherwise, the expectation is that they are going to revert back to the general fund in the following year budget.
Thank you. The other item that was in that under there is the report on corrective action needed in monitoring the extracurricular funds. And we've been having problems with implementing the procedures and training our principals and our staff to sign off and find all the paperwork and have tighter controls over that. So I just wanted to know, where are we as far as, and who's in charge of monitoring the implementation of those new corrective procedures to tighten the controls on the extracurricular funds, and who's monitoring it?
Okay, so it's outlined in that corrective action plan document. So Julie Carbone, who is the financial controller for the district, takes the lead in the finance department for implementing corrective actions related to the extra classroom activities. I'll also point out too, and the auditors had done in their presentation to us, that from their review, based on findings last year and this year, there was a marked improvement in the procedures from last year to this year, based on the numbers of transactions that they looked at. So the controller, again, she'll continue to monitor these items. And periodically, we also could probably provide, a more current update on extra classroom procedures as well. That may be something that we provide to the board, not just at audit time, but also at a committee meeting in the coming months.
Thank you, because I really do want staff and people, principals who have the responsibilities for these funds to be aware of the new procedures, training on it, and that it is, that it is monitored, that are being followed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, have I missed any questions for anyone? Okay, if not, can we move forward with confirming the consent agenda? Mr. Attorney Kuzman, call the...
I'm ready, President Cobbett. Doctor, on the consent agenda, how do you vote, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown?
No exceptions.
Mr. Hurd?
No exceptions.
Ms. J?
No exceptions.
Posey?
No exceptions.
Petrucci?
No exceptions.
Dr. Rivera?
No exceptions.
Mr. Scott.
Recuse 18A due to a relative that works for the contractor. Other than that, no exceptions.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Woods,
No exceptions.
President Belton Common.
I will approve 9A, line 20, family relative.
Other than that,
No exceptions.
the consent agenda passes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's move forward. We did number 23, final. But we talked already about that. Number 24 is the board members' resolution. Resolution number A, resolution in support of extension of contract between the board and Dr. Kreiner. Aye. Petrucci, your hand is up.
Thank you, Ms. Cotman. You know, one of the most important things that the board can do is to either hire or extend the contract with the superintendent. He is our sole employee. He sets the tone and tenor for the district. We've been very lucky to have Dr. Cash. We have seen a marked improvement in the district under his leadership. We've heard from many of the speakers tonight who have offered their support. From not only the speakers here, but I know many board members have been contacted as well. What I'm asking, though, is that at this point, just because it is so important, that we give it the time that it deserves. And I'm asking that we just table this motion until such time we conduct a special board meeting just to debate the merits of the contract extension.
I get a second on that. Paulette Woods has seconded. We will open it up for discussion at this point. First hand up was Larry Scott.
So this is just opening up to discussion on the resolution or on tabling?
Tabling.
Well, colleagues, this is Nate Cruz. It's not on the table yet because it hasn't been offered and seconded. So I think Mr. Petrucci's motion may be better brought after it's been admitted into the record on the table with a second, and then you can have the discussion as to his motion.
It's been seconded.
Yeah, but there's been a motion to present the resolution.
Hey, point of clarity, please.
Yeah, the resolution is not on the table yet. It hasn't been offered and seconded. So the motion to take it and table it is improper at this point.
Okay. All right. So you have a resolution. Can we get a motion to accept the resolution? My apology. To put it on the table.
Is this the way that resolutions are usually put in place? Isn't this supposed to be, protocol supposed to be read out? And I'm just
First,
confused.
it has to be put on the table. We have to agree to put it on the table.
My question, I haven't finished the question. So the question is, in order to present the resolution, and I'm only asking this as I submitted it, does it not have to be read out first? And then once that's done, then the motion is, whether or not it's going to be accepted, or we don't have to read it through? So I'm asking like neither you.
Point of clarity, Mr. Cruz.
Mr. Posey, you may choose to read it or ask if everybody has received it and reviewed it. And if that's the case, you don't need to necessarily read it. You may want to offer, the purpose behind it and then see if you can get a second to put it on the table.
Well, my desire is, because we all might have read it, but I'm not sure if the general public has read it. We had some folks who did speak out on behalf of support of Dr. Cash. So I would like to, go through the motion and the process of reading it for the folks who are listening.
There you go.
Do I commence with doing that now?
Yes, Jennifer, please read the motion.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. So the resolution that's being brought to the table for discussion is, again, the extension of contract between the board and Dr. Carter Cash, presented November 18, 2020. Whereas our superintendent of schools, Dr. Carter Cash, as a nationally recognized luminary in urban education, continues to strengthen and improve the core outcomes of the Buffalo Public Schools through the successful implementation of our strategic transformation plan, the Education Bargain. And whereas, as a result of Superintendent Cash exemplary and resolute leadership and service over the years, public schools are on the rise, with notable results including 78% of our schools in good standing, graduation rates at over 75% for the first time in the high state accountability era, and opportunities at an all-time high for underrepresented students to access rigorous instruction, such as advanced placement courses. And whereas, as stated in the 2019-2020 professional evaluation by the board, Superintendent Cash possesses a, quote, relentless sense of urgency around the need for continual improvement in access, equity, opportunity, and quality for all of our students. And whereas, as further stated in his 2019-2020 professional evaluation, the board is, quote, especially pleased with the established sense of optimism, trust, and confidence in our district expressed by parents, staff, Buffalo civic leadership, and business community, unquote. And whereas Superintendent Cash is a distinguished champion who has brought the numerous justice and equity challenges our students face to the forefront of our common dialogue. And whereas most recently, our superintendent of schools, Dr. Carter Cash, emerged early during the COVID-19 crisis from among school leaders statewide and nationally to champion the needs of children, families, and school staff by putting their safety first. And whereas during this unprecedented and pernicious COVID-19 pandemic, Superintendent Cash's steady, thoughtful, patient, and well-informed leadership has kept our district children and staff safe, yet ready to return when it is responsible to do so. And whereas as a result of Superintendent Cash's stewardship of district finances, he has positioned our district in its best financial condition in decades, relieving the Board of Education from the immediate fiscal calamity wrought by the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas the educational, financial, and social emotional toll on our children, staff, and district requires reliance on the experienced, competent, and compassionate and passionate leadership consistently demonstrated by Superintendent Cash. And whereas the obligation of the Buffalo Board of Education to put our children and families first demands the continuity of the unique expertise and demonstrated leadership of our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Carter Cash. Therefore, be it resolved that the Buffalo Board of Education hereby approves the execution of the Third Amendment to the employment contract between the Board and Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Carter Cash, authorizing a 3-year extension of employment to conclude August 23rd, 2024. Now, I just want to add, as I put this forward, the reasonings that I put this forward are simple. There's just a couple. This contract is due to be done in 10 months. We all know the extensive amount of time it takes in order to find a new superintendent, and let alone the finances that we know we don't have in order to carry that out. Whether we have people who are in place or not in place, constraint that we need to deal with. I also have heard throughout the community that there's conversations being had, and this is something that's starting to echo in community around the superintendent's contract. So when people are asking questions, I believe we as a board, put this on the table to have the conversation. This is not saying it has to be voted on right here and now, but it is saying that the conversation is publicly on the table, because we do have people who are publicly talking about this, and this is in our wheelhouse, and it is our job to do so. And number 3, as a parent of a 5th grader with an IEP, I don't see change as something that's going to be successful for my student. In the next 3 years, COVID will be handled to a degree, the new board members who will come on in the next few years will have enough sea legs underneath them to be able to conduct a search. And I believe that that's enough time, and the superintendent is willing to take this on. We can discuss timeframes, but we have to be strategic and realistic about our timeframes, the current pandemic, our financial situation, and the fact that continuity for our students and families in this district is essential in making sure that our leader is in the right place at the right time. Thank you.
So now at this point, Mr. Petrucci can bring forth his recommendation.
You need a second.
No.
Yeah, I need a point of clarity.
Motion to put the resolution on the table
I'll
for
second it.
discussion.
Nate, I need a point of clarity.
Yeah, is there a second to Ms. McCosey's resolution?
Yes.
I'll second it.
She has his hand up to second.
Okay, now the resolution is on the table.
Okay. We can discuss it, or what? What do we do now?
You can discuss it. You could make a motion similar to what Mr. Petrucci made at the beginning. I think now that all those things are now in play.
For the confusion. Okay, Mr. Petrucci, you can move forward.
Thank you, Ms. McCosey. All very pertinent points. Yes, COVID is very pernicious, and I do not believe it's going away anytime soon. Yes, our district has had a great response to COVID. We haven't had the problems that we've seen many of our suburban districts. But again, this is so vital and important. I really just believe that it needs a special meeting to discuss, and that is my purpose for the resolution to title it, or for the motion to table it.
Is there a second to Mr. Petrucci's motion?
Paulette Woods.
So, hold on, point of order, Nate.
Yeah.
Mr. Kuzma, do we have an opportunity to speak on the resolution?
Yeah, right now, what now is on the table is a motion to table this resolution for a special meeting. So right now, the issue before the board is, it's open for discussion as to whether this item should be tabled for a later date, or whether you, as a board, wish to continue and vote on the resolution this evening.
Okay.
Okay, I have first hand up. Larry Scott, is your hand still up?
It is, but I think Dr. Rivera's hand was up before mine.
So your hand was up and then you took it down. Okay, I'm sorry, Dr. Rivera.
Oh, thank you very much. I would like to propose that we move as quickly as possible to resolve this. This is a time where our stakeholders, our community, are experiencing considerable anxiety, considerable stress. To add this to their concerns, I believe is irresponsible. Our job as board members are to ensure the financial and educational stability of our district. When leadership is not decided, when it is unsure, even for a short period of time, that can greatly increase the stress of our staff, our students, our families. And so as a result, I think it's important to move forward.
Okay, next hand up. Hands up. I don't see any other hands up.
My hand's up.
Oh, Larry Scott, your hand is up? Okay, I didn't think you took it down. Larry Scott?
So today I facilitated a circle in my district of employment, and I asked participants to share one word that describes the current state of the pandemic. Some of the words shared included uncertainty, worry, anxiety, frustration, and inconsistency. It is safe to say that many of our staff, families, students, and Buffalo community are experiencing much of the same. Right now, more than ever, they need stability, compassion, understanding, trust, unity, encouragement, and hope. The last thing they need is division and murky and arbitrary governance. And in turn, more uncertainty, worry, anxiety, frustration, and inconsistency. This resolution is about what's best and what's necessary for Buffalo Public Schools, for the public education of 34,000 children, including my own, for our families and our community. Just a couple hours ago, we received in our inbox a letter from BPS Cabinet unanimously endorsing the extension of Dr. Cash's contract through 2024. This to me was unexpected, and it to me is unprecedented. It was moving and persuasive, not just as a board member faced with this decision, but as a parent with 2 boys in the system. To see this talented and resourceful staff have such united faith in the superintendent is telling. I'd like to take the time to read each of their names because they each serve an important and integral role in this work. Ann Botticelli, Dr. Darren J. Brown Hall, Ebony Bullock, Ellen Ocala, Kontin Dabney, David Hills, Darlene Jezanowski, Dr. Will Carestas, Dr. Fatima Morel, Myra Burden, Jeffrey Pritchard, Jamie Warren, James Weimer, Dr. Tanja Williams, Toya T. Wilson, and Dr. Cassandra Wright. Dr. Cash has demonstrated since 2015 that he is the right leader for BPS. This is evident in the merits articulated in the resolution. Since the beginning of this pandemic, Dr. Cash has demonstrated that he is the right and necessary leader to lead us through and beyond this pandemic with a laser focus on health and safety, continued learning, and social emotional wellness. My support for this resolution is clear and unwavering. And I feel delaying is irresponsible, is not prudent in any way. And I'll just cite one example. Kenton School District, where I'm employed, did a superintendent search. They began that search in September of last year. We are now approaching December, the holiday season, in the midst of a pandemic. This should be the special meeting. This should be the time that we make the critical decision to continue the stability, the necessary leadership that we know and that we need to push through this pandemic and beyond. Thank you.
You're muted, Mrs. Cotman.
My hand was up first.
You're still muted, Mrs. Cotman.
Paulette Woods, then Hope J. Go back around to Ann Revere, whose hand is still up, and Larry Scott, whose hand is still up.
I just want to raise the point that procedures for employment contracts fall under the vice president board. There is procedures in place for this very task. There are protocols, and I do not believe that the resolution is following procedures. And as far as the sudden letter or signed staff, that is a wonderful gesture of staff to their boss. And that's all I perceive it as. Thank you.
Hey, Hope J.
So I'm looking at the time and it's 7:46 p.m. We are just barely 2 hours into a meeting. And as a board, since I've been sitting on this board, we routinely have meetings that last 4, 5, sometimes 6 hours when we have issues of this kind of significance. So I think that the motion to table this issue is insincere and manipulative, actually, because there is no other issue that is more important than the issue that is on the table right now. We don't need to take it off the table. We don't need to punt it for another week or however, whatever it is that is, the purpose or whatever you think is going to be accomplished by moving it to a different time. The time is now. We are dealing with a global pandemic. We're not trying to usurp protocol. We're trying to deal with the significant, serious nature of a global pandemic with the leadership that is in place, who has led us through this pandemic, has steered this ship in a way that is impressive, that everyone can agree and admit. If Dr. Cash hadn't been at the helm of this ship during this time, I can't even imagine where we would be right now. And it not only is it, I don't even know what the word is. It is irresponsible of us to even be considering changing superintendents or replacing Dr. Cash at this juncture during this pandemic. We need stability. We need consistency. We need somebody who's proven himself, who understands the district, who's been a leader, a proven leader, who has the trust of his cabinet, who has the trust of this board. And not only should we be jumping at the opportunity that Dr. Cash wants to stay and is willing to continue to lead during this very difficult and challenging time, we should be just all of us together, unified behind him. And I, for the life of me, cannot understand why anybody on this board would want to be taking a risk at losing Dr. Cash when the district and the children and our families need his leadership to get us through to the other side. It's the only thing that we need to be discussing. And I, for one, am willing to stay here until midnight, because I've sat here till midnight for much lesser things. And I'm sure that, at least I would hope, that the majority of the board would also be willing to do that. So I absolutely 100% am against tabling this. There's no reason to table it. I would challenge Lou and the rest of you and anybody who is trying to circumvent this resolution, what the basis for tabling it is. We have plenty of time. It's 7:50. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you. Jen McCousy.
You're muted, Ms. McCosey.
I started off great too. Let's try this again. I just want to make this clear that before I took this step to submit this, I understood the gravity of this. I understood where people stood, and I checked with legal to make sure that I'm not overstepping. If people recall, it wasn't very long ago that I held the position where the superintendents work, and the superintendent, the concentration as superintendent was in that wheelhouse. So I was told that being one of 9 as a board member, I have the opportunity and I have the right to present resolutions. And it is, it's up to all of us as 9 board members. In this particular instance, there is no power grab or power trip. And I'm very much, I believe, offended that it's being called to the table that protocol wasn't followed. For me to take on something that I know is this significant, that causes waves, that has obviously been a little bit bigger of a situation than I thought it would be amongst the public, as my phone is completely blowing up out of control right now, I just need for folks to know that I did take the protocols and I did talk to legal, and I was within my rights 100% to present this. Thank you very much.
Diane Revere, your hand is up.
Thank you very much. Mr. Petrucci, I have a question for you. What's the benefit of delay?
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. I appreciate the opportunity to respond. So this, again, guys, somehow this is being construed as that if we delay or defer, that somehow this is all over with, that somehow that there's, I don't know what the reasoning that's being assigned or associated or ascribed to this is. This motion was filed on Monday. It is now Wednesday, 48 hours. 48 hours to do the most important thing that we are going to do as a board. 48 hours, and we've had a variety of different discussions among all of us about all these different items that need to be resolved, and that's it. My motion for tabling this was simply to work out all the details. To Ms. J's point, sure. Do our meetings go late? Yeah, they do on occasion. That wasn't the purpose. The purpose is to dedicate something that's solely in its purpose, solely in its focus to address this. And I also wanted to put in the evaluation tool going forth for next year. Some of you have been so kind as to get back to me. Some of you haven't. I would appreciate if people would review the matrix that I submitted last week to people. That'd be very helpful. But that's it, to work out all these details on something that's so important as the superintendent's contract. I'm just surprised that it has to be done within 48 hours, or it has to be done exactly tonight, or else everything's going to end. That isn't the purpose or the intent. The purpose of the intent is to give it its due, is to provide a little bit of due diligence to allow everyone to think about this just for a moment, just for a few days, and to be able to come back to engage in a cogent discussion about where the district needs to be, about the merits, how the contract aligns with those things. That would be the reason for delay.
I have several follow-up questions to this. I certainly agree with you that this merits a great deal of consideration. Although where I depart from agreeing with you is the implication that it has not been considered. The other piece that I'm concerned about, and I can appeal to you as VP of Executive Affairs, is this not already dreadfully delayed? It's November. It's the end of November. We have a contract that will be up in August. In general, according to Superintendent Cash's contract, this should be settled in the summer, and it was not. So that's how many months later? I agree that there's a pandemic. Sometimes that will allow for a delay, but that does not necessarily mean that the business of this board should be suspended. And so as a result, I'm very, very concerned about more delay. You mentioned a few days. What is the difference a few days is going to make at this point when we have the resolution in front of us? The terms are in front of us. The terms of the extension are in front of us. And the conversations, as you alluded to, have already been had. That's the piece that I do not understand, the value of a delay and the point of a delay. Can you enlighten me on that piece?
Absolutely.
Oh, also one more thing. I'm not really sure why we'd look at an evaluation tool when we haven't decided that we're continuing. It seems to me that that piece is out of order, so I'd like to place that. I would propose that we place that to one side for now and deal with the matter at hand, which is the extension. After that, as you know, because we've talked about it, I am one of those people that gave you feedback on the evaluation tool. I think that's very important, and I do support that. But I don't see why we would need to do that before this decision is made, because we need to get everything in order to proceed.
So we can reverse the order, and I'll accept reversing the order. We can discuss the contract and then do the evaluation. That's fine. That isn't. So, all right, then Dr. Cash will take it off the table. Okay, Dr. Cash, we will take it off the table.
No, colleague, Nate needs to clarify that we're not talking about any evaluation. The evaluation is attached. We haven't even talked about goals for this year yet. Not
Correct.
not 1 minute has been devoted to that. And that's
Correct, Dr. Cash.
evaluation. The next evaluation will be June 30th.
And that's
And
my
this is
point, Dr. Cash.
Evaluation.
That was my point, Dr. Cash, which is that
The goals
there's
need to be set up for this year.
I'm sorry, I was speaking.
Me too.
There's an order of business that needs to happen. This is the first order of business, is we need to speak about the contract. The other things should not apply to a reason for a delay. So what I'm asking about here is the timing, because we're already significantly delayed. So I'm still looking for the rationale for delaying yet a few more days. I understand, and I appreciate, Mr. Petrucci, your ability, your interest in doing your due diligence. I do appreciate that, but the information is out there. It's been out there. We've been considering it. What, again, I'm not sure what additional information we would need in order to deliberate further.
Okay. Sure. Thank you, Dr. Rivera. So my, and again, I'm being cautious in my words because this is a contract that's a personnel matter. So the resolution on the floor simply is about extending the time period. Doesn't mention any of the other things that are in the contract. Doesn't mention any of them.
I have one correction. I believe that was already distributed, what is in and what consists of the extension.
Well,
but of course, that would not be a part of board docs.
There's an amendment that's posted that speaks to the terms of the contract.
Okay, people,
Mr. Kuzma can clarify that.
who have not had a chance to talk
I'm
yet,
taking the turn right now.
think other people should be able to have a chance before you
Well,
continue to talk.
I'm sorry.
President Common, you just cut somebody else off. So, let's model what you expect.
Excuse me, I will conclude in a minute, which is that please put me down at the end of the list. Thank you.
Next person who, Mr. Hurd.
Yes, I would just like to say this. I think that we all have very good points, and that and from what I've been listening to, I've just been having to listen to ear right now. That we were elected to make the best possible decisions that we can for our district and for our children and the future of this district and our children, for them to succeed with education and throughout life. We are representatives of this community, and we have to make just decisions at moments times. I, for one, represent my stakeholders and heard a lot of feedback from the community stakeholders and others about this resolution that came out Monday. I myself, I'm just going to say personally that let me go here first. Is that the tone that this board is taking right now? I don't think that we need. I think we need to continue to talk reasonably, to talk productively, and not challenge one another at this time. But we all have the opportunity to give our views about what we feel, how we should move forward. I believe that and out of respect for the Vice President, Lou Petrucci, and his committee, I believe that that respectfully he asks for us to go to committee to speak about it. I'm not sure what time frame that he's referring to and when we can meet or when be the next available time, but to respect everybody's needs, I think everybody should have the opportunity to speak freely about what's going on. There are other wheels turning along with this also. And so there's a lot of concerns from each and every one of us about the future of our district. And I think that we need to slow down, take a deep breath, and sit down and talk about this, because I believe truly to my heart that the district, Dr. Cash, has been a pillar in this community. And he has been working hard with the district, and the district employees have been working very hard under his leadership to get this district under control, manageable, got the graduation rates up, and he also helped bring stability to this district. We got a lot more challenges in front of us about retention within our students in our district. We have a lot of other issues that's going on with the COVID. We don't know what's going on with the Orange right now and what's going to happen tomorrow. And I truly believe that we must continue on the path of this course that we was elected under, and what the previous board voted for. So if we can all work together and possibly bring this to a committee so that we can talk about the challenges of the contract and things that we want to see, I think that we all would make a great decision. So if we all could take a deep breath and calm down and just listen to the vice president under his committee, the Executive Affairs Committee, and let him do just work on this, and we meet at a reasonable time, I believe we all could come up with a very, very good decision moving forward. I rest my time on the floor.
Okay, hands again. Jennifer McCousy, Larry Scott, Ann Revere.
I've been hearing things about, the resolution coming out on Monday. I just want to make clear, Terrence, you're right. We definitely need to come together on this. What I am concerned about is also something that you brought up, is the fact that this conversation is being had in the public and it's being brought to us as to what we are discussing. What are the questions are, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? As a board, if it's out there in the public and they're asking these questions now, then we really need to try and get this done as soon as possible so we have some answers for people. Apparently conversations are happening all over. Buffalo, I've said it many times before, is one big living room, and the more and more people decide to take on their own narratives as to how the board, we're having good tension right now. So the public needs to know this is the good tension that brings together the decisions that need to be made. This isn't being super decisive. This is divisive. This is what we need to do. But I will state, and I will stand by this, this is something that we have been pushing and punting down the road for quite a while now. I stand with Hope 100% that we do. It isn't about just how long we've sat at board tables before, because we've done it. But this is not, I just decided on Monday to submit a resolution and now give me an answer. No, it isn't about one person. It's about the fact that our constituents are asking questions, the support is in place, the resolution is riddled with facts. There's no personal agenda here on any level. It's riddled with facts as to what this superintendent has done. It's been brought to the table multiple times, his accomplishments, just his national recognition before he even stepped foot in the city. We have an advantage here in being able to retain the type of leadership necessary in order for us to move forward. And to be quite frank, I'm not sure why this is looking to be tabled. We gave an evaluation that was stated in the resolution. The remarks that we gave, I'm confused because I don't feel as though there needs to be much more discussion. As you know, I will be honest, as previous Vice President of Executive Affairs, this was an agenda item that was on my agenda to be handled before the summer would have been over, and we would have been in our own board evaluations at this point. And again, for whatever reason, I'm not looking to say I would have done this and not. I'm trying to help bring something to the table that this board needs to look at. And it's obvious. The facts are, in 10 months, this contract is up. Just from people on this board, I've heard alone who have done this, it's a 15-month process to hire a superintendent, and it's costly. So I'm literally looking at the facts of how long it's going to take, what it's going to take, the fact that we now have confirmation from the superintendent that he is ready and willing and able to do and stick with us. All the signs are leading toward continual support and consistency for our district. And also the opportunity to maybe, put some different avenues in place that we might need to do according to COVID, according to our feedback from our community. So this isn't just something I decided to just up and do one day and it's all about Jen. No, I really thought that we were all on the same page with how we felt about the superintendent based on our evaluations. So this is a unifying effort on my part. This is not a divisive effort.
Okay, next, Larry.
So
Scott, Board Member Scott.
there was some comments made about following protocol. To be clear, as Ms. McCozy clarified, we have followed protocol with this resolution that's filed. That's why we're having this discussion right now. There seems to be a gap between expecting others to follow protocol, expecting others to be transparent, and actually doing it themselves. So it needs to be known that it was referenced that this is one of the most important things that we do, evaluating, hiring the superintendent, extending his contract included. In September, a special meeting was called in regards to the superintendent's evaluation and goals. No board members were polled on their availability to attend that special meeting. And when the notice came out, I responded, I cannot attend. I would like to be there. This is one of our most important responsibilities. I contacted Mr. Petrucci directly. I contacted President Kottman directly. And my request to reschedule the meeting was completely ignored. And to me, that's failing to do our responsibility and follow protocol. Secondly, in regards to the evaluation and goals, I haven't seen anything up until Monday. Monday was the first time something was sent to us. And it wasn't goals, it was essentially the superintendent's evaluation, the rating scale that we've used in the past with some revisions on it.
Right.
It's now November 18th. We're in, and we have done none of this work, and we're not following protocol up until now. So how come now protocol is such a concern? And what is the plan then, Mr. Petrucci? If you don't want to have the conversation right now about it, what are we delaying? What is the, when are we going to have the discussion? And what's going to be different when we do delay the discussion and have it some other time?
Okay. All right.
Sure.
Mr. Petrucci,
Can I respond, Chair?
to that at this point? Or do you want to wait to get additional questions?
No, I can wait to get additional questions.
Any more additional questions from Mr. Petrucci at this point? Okay, Ann, all right.
Question, my hand's up.
Oh, that's right. It is. But Jan was next, then it was Paulette, then it was Evans Brown. Okay, Jennifer, is your hand still up again? Okay, you took your hand down. Okay, good.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is one about timing, about why this wasn't decided sooner, why this wasn't brought forward sooner, why we weren't moving forward sooner about it. And I think it speaks directly to my concern about a delay, which is that the evaluation was done. We had moved forward as a board. We have had these discussions. We have had public comment on it. Again, I'm still looking for some specifics about what benefit a delay is going to give us when we're already so late in this process and so becoming rapidly close. And I'd like to speak a little bit to Mr. Hurt's point about personal opinions and personal experience. He's correct about that. So one of the things I'm going to bring in is my experience as an administrative leader in a recent leadership change, no matter how smooth that kind of change can be. It is significant. It impacts the institution significantly. And it is equally true that in those times, in the lead up before these kinds of questions are settled, there are significant stressors that are put on the staff and the administration, the faculty, and the families in not knowing where the district is going next, where the institution is going next. Our people are working as hard as they can. Our students are working as hard as they can. Our families are working as hard as they can. Our staff and our administration, our faculty are working as hard as they can. Adding an extra burden of the uncertainty about this is really, really problematic. And it's rewarding that extremely hard work and dedication with more stress and more anxiety. And that's why I'm harping on this piece of what is the benefit to a delay at this point? Because one of the things, cautiousness and consideration is generally a virtue. But one of the concerns here, you have to balance it with the kind of reverberations that go through an institution and a community when that uncertainty continues. And so that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that clarity on why that delay is so important and outweighs the amount of stress, the amount of concern, and the amount of anxiety that no answer is going to create in BPS and in our community.
So thank you, Dr. Rivera. I appreciate your concerns. Nobody wants instability. Everybody wants stability. Everybody wants consistency. No one, I haven't heard a single person that has somehow offered that that there isn't good things happening, that we aren't under defined and capable leadership. I haven't heard any of that. My request to table this motion, again, was simply to give time to work out the details. That's it. There is nothing grand. There are no, and I hear motions and motives being ascribed to it. That isn't it. That isn't it at all. I believe that there's more to work out. I don't think that this is a simple process as maybe it's being portrayed or conveyed. Again, I thought that we could take a moment, go through you can see how much passion that this has stirred up. You can see how important this is to everybody from your comments. They're all noteworthy. With respect to process, yeah, I agree. We need to get this done. We need to get this done quickly. Do I want to have just a period where we can say, hey, let's have this meeting. Let's just take a look at this, because right now it's, again, 48 hours. Let's get people saying that, again, I've heard it represented tonight that these things have been out there for a while. Yeah, I guess in some manner or form, not in a cohesive manner in terms of all of us in one point at one time. And that's the purpose for that meeting, to have us all here at the table, which we are right now. Again, we are here right now. Just that moment, just that time, just so we can say, hey, can we just spend that time, again, drill down and go through all these things. I think that's going to take, again, it's taken us this much time to get this point. I think it's going to take us a while. I think we're going to be at a table for a little bit to work out the details of this contract.
Thank you for that comment. My final question for you then is, why not start that conversation now and then see if it needs to be tabled?
In terms of, because I would prefer to have in the form of a special meeting.
Why? That's the piece I don't understand. I'm not trying to be obstinate here, to Mr. Hurd's point. I honestly am not. I don't see why that's a benefit, why that's going to give us a benefit rather than starting the discussion now and then determining if we need to have a special meeting to continue.
Right.
We've already passed the consent agenda. We have two other resolutions to discuss.
We do have two other resolutions to discuss. I guess, and the part of it was, as I mentioned previously, part of it is the time to give people time for reflection where they want to go with this as well. Again, 2 days. We are asking, and I know everyone says that, again, I've heard these comments. This was filed on Monday. Can we wait another few days just to have it settle and sink in, and to have everyone just kind of give it a moment just to think of what they want going forward? That's it. There's nothing more than that.
So are you telling me that because we've only had 2 days that we can't even discuss it or ask questions and then determine if we need more reflection? I understand what you're saying about reflection. It is extremely valuable. As board members, in order to create stability, you're absolutely correct. We need to be careful and cautious, and we need to very much think through all of those pieces. The thing that I'm really struggling to understand here is why we can't have the discussion and then decide if it needs to be tabled to reflect further. That part, what are we reflecting on in your mind?
Sure. And again, Ann, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to be evasive, but part of the I believe there are things going forward that with respect to the contract that I think that the board needs to again, to contemplate and discuss. I think that this is a very important contract, more so than previous ones, for a variety of different reasons. Part of it is the fact that we are in COVID. We do need consistency. I agree. I get all those points. But part of it also, this contract, more than previous ones, I think needs additional detail going forward. I really do. I don't want to go too much farther than that, but yeah, I think that this one's going to take a little bit more time than the way we've extended them in the past.
I have trouble accepting it without specifics. So one of the things that I'm very concerned about is the fact that there have not been any specifics put forward about what those concerns very well might be. And why, because we have concerns about specifics, therefore we should not have a conversation about it. That doesn't look transparent. I'm not ascribing motives, and if you have noticed, that is not something that I said in any of my previous comments. What I'm concerned about is understanding the value of delay and whether or not this is the judgment call that I am trying to make. The value of delay and why that is so much more important than the kind of stress and turmoil that everybody has agreed that we're already going through. With that, I'll let the next person speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Paulette Wood, and then Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown.
Okay, I want to ask the entire board, you ever heard of a personnel contract for hundreds and thousands of dollars for the leader of a 36,000 students district be negotiated in public, a personnel matter, a contract negotiated in public on the public opinions and over a Zoom meeting? I mean, that is the most unprofessional thing I've ever heard of in my life. And for people to have drafted their own so-called contract, put it out an amendment 48 hours ago, and to say, we don't need further discussion, no other board members should even have any input into the contract and hiring of the one employee we have, I don't understand what your confusion is. I don't even think the questions that I want to ask can be asked on public on a Zoom meeting. They're a personnel matter. It's a $300,000 contract, and you expect that you can put it on a page, and that is the extent of discussion. That is the extent of a fiduciary responsibility that you have to this board or this community. I am appalled.
I understand your concern.
We haven't even begun negotiation. We're talking about not talking about the resolution.
Okay, yes. So we understand your concern, but the question at the end is about whether or not we want to have the discussion.
Ignore the vice president. You didn't ignore the last vice president either.
All that
Calm down, please. Calm down. Please calm down. Please calm down. Please calm down.
And thank you very much. All we're talking about is
you have had multiple times to talk. Can Kathy Evans-Brown have at least one time?
Of course I am, but it was directed at me.
There's a bunch of people that are still lining up to talk. Okay, so if you want to come back, you can come back. Okay. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, thank you.
Thank you. We all agree that Dr. Cash has been very instrumental for this district. We have had conversations about his contract ending in 10 months. And so it is a serious, matter. I mean, I would approve and vote on an extension. I think what's happening here is that this particular resolution was put in place, and when we were talking about, because in the past we've had, you all have extended his contract for a year. He's had other multiple extensions as well. Now we're talking about a 3-year extension. First time I've heard about it, because I know we were talking about, and some of you personally, we've talked about a 1-year extension or a 2-year extension. So now we're talking about a 3-year extension. I do think, his purposes, Lou and I met with executive committee on Monday, and we knew that this would come up. You know, these flare-ups and stuff. But we would like to be not a divided board, but you know, come in as a board that is on the same page, right? We want to be on the same page. And that was one of the recommendations that Lou made in that executive meeting on Monday, that we would go into executive session first, out as a one board and one voice. And so now we don't look like that. It's a conversation ought to be had, but these are kinds of things that you go into executive committee, because I've heard some things about litigations. We want to talk about what's going on with some litigations out there first. So you want to talk about all of that, but you know, certain things, you know, it's just like a, you know, you know, in a family, you talk about certain things behind closed doors, and then you come out okay, because you're gonna flush that out. Sure, we all agree that Dr. Cash needed an extension. We're not saying that, but again, why couldn't we go and behind closed doors and talk about and come out as one board?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you too.
If you've already applied, you've already talked, because these hands are up again. I have Larry Scott next, Jen McCuzy, Ann Revere, you up again, and Terrence Hurd.
Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, I want to thank you for what you just shared. That I think is helpful. Your insight, your perspective. To clarify, however, what was moved was to table the resolution. There wasn't a motion to take this into executive session and discuss it further. There was a motion to table and have another meeting about this some other time. And so that's where the confusion lies. I don't think there's opposition to taking this into executive session if that's what folks feel we need to do to talk about the specifics of this resolution. I want to go back to Mr. Petrucci, because my concern about protocol was not responded to. And I also want more clarity as to what terms or details, Mr. Petrucci, you feel need to be further explored that we can't discuss and explore tonight.
Right. So thank you, Mr. Scott. You know, Kathy brings a point. You know, we did discuss on Monday, but as I spoke to more and more people, there was more of this type of conversation that we're having now. And that was, again, one of the reasons why I thought we would be better served having a specific meeting for this purpose, because as my email said earlier today, that whatever the decision of the board is, that I was hoping that it could be as close to as unanimous as possible. You know, that was part of it. And to give ourselves the time so we can reach that point. And what could be, again, as we can say, we have many of these points that we've been discussing so far. That was part of it, is to give us why delay, why the time. Look at where we're at right now, and this is just to give us ourselves a little bit more time. We haven't gotten into the nuts and bolts of the contract extension. I mean, we haven't had that conversation yet. We haven't. There was the general overture about the duration, but some of the finer points and details, I think that, again, need to be discussed in executive session. I don't know if we want to discuss them in open session. And that was part of the reason for requesting this about that. I mean,
so, Mr. Petrucci, to respond to that, your email actually suggested you had bullets on things that we needed to discuss tonight. it did not indicate anything about tabling. You actually, your email was, I thought, very responsible. It was laying out the things that we needed to talk about collectively as a board. And then it suggested that if we get into the point where, legally we have to go into executive session, that's where we would go. So that was just earlier today. So I'm baffled as to how come that is now changed and you've tabled, you're suggesting tabling this.
Yeah.
I
And
will
again,
take
Larry.
responsibility. No, I want to come in here, Lou, because this is going on. And I need to be clear about something. The superintendent's contract is a serious deal. It needs to be a unanimous decision by this board. Any time that I don't feel that we can get a unanimous decision, it needs to be tabled until we can talk, until we can get to that point. Divided board voting on the superintendent's contract. And that's why this is being requested at this point. It's not a matter of trying to delay anything or whatever. What it is to send a message out and that everyone is satisfied and clear what they are doing and feel in regards to this relationship with the superintendent. No one is disputing that the superintendent has not done a great job. No one is disputing that his cabinet loves him. Question whether people should be required to or are doing things like that at this point, because it's not necessary. But if that's how the game is, if that's how it has to be, it has to be. At this point, what needs to happen is that this board needs to table this, need to come together, need to put together everything and all concerns and settle all minds, and then move to the next level for the superintendent of contract, okay? Other than that, okay, that is the image and that's the message. And to be honest with you, had open conversation. If certain things had not happened in certain people's lives, where they were distracted or other things had to happen, certain things would have moved at a better time frame. It did not, okay? And life happens, and no one is is holding that against anyone. But the bottom line is that there's enough time to allow a couple of more days in order to pull this together and do it in a proper way. And that's it. Okay, this is not about anything other than making sure that all minds are settled and that we come out as a united board and give the superintendent the contract he rightfully deserves. Okay, that's where we are with this. That's it. Line. We have to work together. And if at this point, this board is not united in their mindset, or they have things that are unsettled and they want to have questions answered, Nate Kuzman needs to be brought in to answer some questions and to put things together. What is the harm? A couple of more days to do it. That's what this is all about, okay? And that's what I'm concerned about with this board, okay? Are united, put this together. That's it. Not one board member here does not feel that the superintendent is competent and deserves deserves to continue. I'll agree on that. But there are other things that we do not agree on that we need to have clear in the minds of board members. And each one of us has that right and deserves to have that, because we do represent a constituents that we have to report back to. That's what this is about.
Sharon, you just made an excellent argument for us to go into executive session. So I would ask that Lou withdraw his motion to table it so that we can move to go to executive session.
I am not prepared to go into executive session to deal with this tonight.
Every single thing that you laid out was an argument to go into executive session.
Hope, I am not rushing to judgment, and I mean this. Okay, we need to make sure that this is a united board. And Lou's motion is is to be reviewed and to be settled. At this point, is there any more people who want to talk? Because this is going on and on and on. And at the end of the day, you should be more concerned about the message that this board sends in support of the superintendent. First and foremost, what should be the priority at this point? How does this board get together where all decisions are made, where all minds are settled? And at 8:31, I'm very sure that tensions are at the point where we are not at our peak. Should not be considering such things such important. This is over $1 million+ contract, a fly by night. So now let's see who else.
Vote.
Jen McCousy is up next. Veer is after her. Terrence Hurd is after her. Larry Scott is after her. Okay. Revere.
I'm sorry, I thought you said Miss McCosy was up
We're
first.
getting completely
Oh, I'm
off the
sorry.
topic.
I'm sorry. Cozy, my bad. Go ahead. Her name, her name, her thing went
That's
down.
fine. That's fine. I just want to bring some clarity to something here. The resolution on the table was literally put in place because of our unified our unified evaluation, our unified opinions, and how we've discussed at length multiple times around the superintendent. No ulterior motive here. I literally took advantage of the fact that the second I heard that the superintendent is willing to stick around, I wanted to push this forward as one of 9 board members and see where it goes from there. And the resolution is the discussion. It has blown up into all of this other stuff. Now, I will say that the 3-year extension, all of that, that's all up for the discussion. This is just the resolution to have the discussion. This isn't the here and now. But when the email came through from Lou that stated that we should look into this in executive session, that's where I thought we were going into this. So all this extra, you're 100% right, it doesn't show unified. But in the same sense, the resolution was speaking to our unified opinions and thought process, and on paper, in the ether, collective decisions about our superintendent. I did not think that it would take this. This is not the direction I was thinking it would take. I thought we were all on the same page. To know that the discussion around the contract, which is a whole nother, again, that's a whole nother process, is it not? Like, that's part of the evaluation. So I'm confused on that. I thought we were going into executive session. Again, the intention of the resolution, we keep bringing up, it was brought up on Monday. It was brought up simply because there's too much chatter in the public, and we all have a responsibility to answer to our public. So let's get the conversation going to do so. We're in a time crunch. And the fact that, everything in the resolution can be amended through conversation. The resolution was brought to the table for conversation. Going into executive session to have the conversation is all that this resolution is asking for. So let's clear that there. This is to unify the board, to have a conversation around basically a glowing evaluation of someone that now we're micro looking into things that I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so who else wants to, because we need to wrap this up at this point. Who else hand is up?
Very brief second of what Ms. McCosy said. I agree. I also was confused about the difference between tabling and what seems to be the assumption that immediately everything would need to be settled. I also was led by Mr. Petrucci's very clear email about what we're going to discuss next and where we're going to go forward. And again, I want to second what you said, President Hutman and Ms. McCosy, about our support for our superintendent and how unified we are as a board, as is really clear in our evaluation in moving forward. My only questions were around why table it and not start to have the discussion. I understand about the need to have the discussion. I am absolutely ready to engage in that.
Okay. Next, who else hand is up? Was it Mr. Hurd? Okay.
Yes, thank you again, Mrs. President. I know that this seemed to be serious, and everybody wants to have a perspective upon the contract, and we all, each and every one of us, has the right to have questions, and we have the right to look into the contract to see what we want out of it and what's going to be right, that we feel is going to be best to serve our district. The previous contract was given to us the month before the new board members took office. And I'm not quite sure how it went. I know most contracts, sometimes there's a private attorney that comes in play that looks at the contract and presents to the board. And also know that that when we took our oath in office, that Dr. Cash was afforded one more year here in the city of Buffalo to help with our district. Dr. Cash is willing to stay here. I've never heard anybody yet say that they don't want him here. So I just think that we're really, really close to getting this resolved. And I thought that we were going to executive session also. And I just don't want to spend more time here trying to figure out what we need to do when I really think that we're all are very, very close to getting this resolved. So let's just, again, take a deep breath, look at a contract and think about the things that we want to do. And like President Kottman said, we come out as a unified board, and I think everybody wants that. I think Dr. Cash has a great respect here in the city and amongst his administrative staff members. And I think that if we all collectively come together and just maybe talk about the points that we want, not go into executive session with a fierce attitude, but to talk about the points that we want and get together on that, I think that we don't have to spend a lot of time doing this. Time is a factor. I know as a factor is 10 months left, and Dr. Cash tomorrow can say, okay, I don't want to be here now. We understand that. We all come to that same realization. But if we can go into executive session with clear minds and move forward with a couple of points that we all feel that will better this district, maybe we can come out here in a reasonable amount of time and come to a solution that's going to be best for our district, best for our children, best for our teachers, best for our administrative staff in this community. That's all I have to say. But I'm not, I don't want to go in here with no mess. I believe that we all have to clear our minds, take a moment, take 5 minutes, take a moment, then we go into executive session and move forward.
Okay, I'm not recommending going into executive session tonight. This is too heated. Next is Mr. Who? Down, please. Okay, when you have it. Okay, it's Larry Scott and then Paulette Woods.
So Mr. Petrucci still hasn't responded directly to me. I think both times, President Kottman, you cut him off. So I'm still kind of looking for some clarity as to the rationale for Mr. Petrucci's motion to table. And again, I want to emphasize that there is a gap between what we say and what we do. The communication to table was not made to the entire board. The motion to table and then to shut down discussion about it tonight is divisive. You can't claim that your priority is unity, that you want us to be together, when the leadership of this board is not communicating collectively with the entire Board of Education on how we should act on matters and how we should proceed. This could have been all prevented if there was clear collective communication from the leadership of this board. If everybody here is truly in support about getting this contract extended and values the importance of it, then that should have been communicated. That should have been clearly communicated, what the objective then was to do by tabling tonight.
And certainly is a need for better communication on this board, especially when people call people and they don't respond back to them and things like that. So you're certainly right about that, Mr. Scott. Next is
Can I respond? Sure, I'd like to respond to Larry.
That includes emails that are ignored by you, President Kottman.
Sorry, what is that?
That includes emails that are ignored by you, President Kottman.
We ignored tonight because we're going to definitely do it under unfinished business.
Okay. So
I call the question. I call for the question. There's a motion on the table. It's been seconded. I call the question.
So to respond, Larry, Yes. As I spoke with board members throughout the day, I was hoping that by, again, giving ourselves time that we could come to a document that we could all stand behind, because there are still people that did have questions out there. There was still a divergence of, under the general umbrella of supporting the superintendent, under the general umbrella that people have recognized that he's done a great job, that there's a need for consistency, particularly at this time, that people, you know, we've heard all the people stand in support of him. Again, I thought that by taking a breather, taking a couple days, that we could come to a unanimous decision, and that's I don't know if that's possible right now. Things are running a little hot right now, but that was the purpose or the intent, Larry, was that by, again, that we could take time to craft a document that we could bring to the table as a unanimous type of document that I don't know if I had from the time I sent out my email to tonight. I mean, that's kind of where I was at with it. So just see, that was the process. That was the rationale.
Document referring to the, are you referring to the resolution?
Well, no, going forward, making sure that everyone was comfortable with whatever the outcome of this resolution looked like. I'll put it that way, because I believe there'd be discussion and changes to the resolution going forward.
But to clarify, what you communicated to some board members was not communicated to all board members. And what you communicated to all board members in your email is not what you're suggesting to do tonight.
So there's been a change. And
Let
that's what
Mr. Petrucci answer the question instead of answering
it's
for
going on and on, Larry. What do you hope to gain by going on and on with this?
How come you're preventing him
Motion
from
on the
speaking?
table. I call the question. Can you hear me?
So, Paulette, you should be recognized by the president, but I'm sure she will eventually. Yeah, Larry, the feedback that I was getting wasn't so much from those that sponsored the resolution or those that were, I'll say, some of its most ardent defenders tonight. The concerns I had were from other board members that had more questions regarding it and how we proceed forward. And that was I guess this hasn't worked out as planned, but the reason for the motion was to assuage and to address any concerns that they might have. And I believe that it would go beyond the scope of an executive affairs meeting. So that was it. The purpose was not to engage in what we're doing right now. The purpose and the intent was to just, with a short delay, have one meeting specific to these things so we can dedicate all the time that's needed to craft a document that we can all stand behind. That was it, Larry. And again, this is, it changed from this morning. It did, based upon my conversations.
Colleagues, let me make a suggestion to try to solve this. In my experience, you can keep this meeting going, keep it current, and meet tomorrow without reposting. So if you're urgent about it or you want to get it resolved soon, it needs to happen. We're heading into Thanksgiving. After that, December is here. And right around in that time, I'm going to have to make some monumental decisions that then are going to create a lot of angst and anxiety in the community. And if we're not together, and if you're not going to support me in making those difficult decisions, then we have a big problem with the community. And that's what we're up. We have 4 major issues right now that we've got to deal with. So when you say table, when you say a few days, you can keep the meeting going without reposting and spend all the time you need tomorrow at a time that you want to do it and get it done.
I'm sorry, tomorrow does not work for me. I'm sorry. I have a doctor's appointment and a procedure that I have to have, and I'm not going to be responsible for making decisions after that. Monday is available if necessary or whatever. At the end of the day, There is a, Paulette, there's a motion, we need to, in my opinion, we need to spend additional time to look at this, whether you approve it or not, whether you like it or not. At the end of the day, this is a major decision. Can't come out as a united voice. There's a reason why this process was done. I don't want to put it out there, but there's a reason why we recommended doing this today without putting it out there. Yeah. Okay.
Madam President, again, there's a motion on the table. It's been properly seconded. I call for the question.
People through discussing this?
No. Sharon, I would be fine having the meeting tomorrow. I could do that.
I can't do the meeting, Lou. I told you I have a medical procedure that's scheduled tomorrow.
Okay.
Everybody knows my business out here.
So Lou, you can always withdraw your motion so that we can go into executive session and get this done tonight. Lou, you have the power to do that. Lou can withdraw the motion.
I could hope. I don't know if I'm feeling withdrawing the motion though.
The question is,
what would be different? What would be different from today is Wednesday? Sharon can't meet with us tomorrow, which is Thursday, right? What would be the difference with a Friday or a Monday to further this discussion and get it done?
There is no difference. We just wasted a full hour or maybe an hour and a half that we could have been discussing this, discussing about why we're not discussing it.
You know, we can't go backwards. We can't go backwards. What I'm saying is,
withdraw the motion now. We can go into executive session and get it done.
I
Call for the vote.
He's not ready.
I apologize. There's been a death in the family, and I won't be available for tomorrow or Friday. So next day I'll be available will be Monday.
Schedule a meeting for Monday. Call the question. Nate has been called.
Okay, on the motion to what I would consider postpone this indefinitely, even though the board has not, because the board has not set a time to rediscuss it. Just to be clear, a yes vote means that you agree to table this. A no vote that you don't want to table it, and then we would go back to the main motion and the resolution. How do you vote, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown?
I would like to table it until Monday.
Mr. Hurd.
Concur with tabling it till Monday. I do have a question though.
If you all are qualifying your votes, are you agreed that you're willing to hold a special meeting on Monday at 5 o'clock? Is there consensus amongst the board to, and is Mr. Petrucci willing to amend his resolution or his motion to set the date for Monday?
I'm willing to amend my motion till Monday at 5 o'clock.
Any objection from the board to that amendment to his motion?
Monday does not work for me. We didn't check to see if it works for everybody.
Well, that's
what we're doing now.
Gee.
We're doing now, checking to see does Monday work for everyone. It doesn't work for Jen?
I was Tuesday.
Let's see. Tuesday. Check your schedules.
Give up the athletic committee and Tuesday. Are you willing to give up the athletic committee, then we could have Tuesday.
Can we feasibly get this done before the holiday? That's the question. Before Thursday.
That's what we would like to do.
This is why I put it out, guys. This is why I put it out. If we would have kicked the can any further down the road, we would be looking at way after the holidays. This was not, this was
Yeah, we understand.
amazing what's happening.
We understand, Jen.
I understand.
10 months out, 10 months out, and in your opinion, you need 15 months to check for a superintendent.
It's
If we
not
were
my
looking
opinion. It literally was stated by you, President Cotman.
stated by
It's a
me.
15-month process.
It's been stated
You
by me.
told
I've
that.
done 5 superintendent search, so don't tell me
You're
what
the
I've
one who
said.
told me that. You're the one who told me
You
it's
did
a
not tell
15-month
me a year and
process.
a half.
You did. I'm sorry. I got that
I'm
from
sorry,
you.
you don't know. I've done 5.
Tuesday.
I've done
You know
5,
what? You know what?
We're not,
I'm
guys, we're
not
not,
getting into it.
yeah.
No, not falling into it.
5, Jen. 5.
Does Tuesday work for everyone?
That works for me.
Hey,
Is that the day before Thanksgiving?
No.
no,
Thursday's Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is Wednesday.
Tuesday at 5 o'clock?
Tuesday, 5 o'clock.
Tuesday, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, as long we're canceling that meeting then, right, Terrence? That's the only thing I have on my calendar is the athletic committee meeting. It's canceled. Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Petrucci, I don't hear any issue with Tuesday at 5 o'clock. You amending your motion to table for the specific day of Tuesday at 5 o'clock for the purposes of a special meeting to discuss the superintendent's contract and the extension?
Yes, please.
Okay, now I'm going to start the roll call vote over on the motion to table this item until next Tuesday for a special meeting of the board at 5 p.m. How do you vote, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown?
She said yes, Nate.
Mr. Hurd,
I concur, Tuesday, 5 o'clock.
Ms. J, Ms. J,
I said no.
Ms. McCosy,
I might be available, but no, I don't want to. I want to get this over with. I didn't put the resolution out for no reason.
Mr. Petrucci,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
You're muted.
My apologies. No.
Mr. Scott,
No.
Ms. Woods,
Yes.
and Mr. President Belton Cotman. President Belton Cotman,
Yes.
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. A motion carries. The matter is postponed until next Tuesday at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Puzman. Next item up is resolution in support of the City of Buffalo proactive rental registration. Lou Petrucci.
So I'm so glad my resolution is coming up after that last discussion. This resolution was in the Buffalo Common Council Legislation Committee on Tuesday. What the legislation does is it purports to establish a system of rental registration for Buffalo's 60,000 rental units in an effort to prevent lead poisoning in children. In case many of you don't know, Buffalo is consistently ranked among the top 10 with respect to children that are being impacted by lead. It permanently diminishes their cognitive ability. It creates a variety of other health problems. And sadly, most sadly, is that it's 100% preventable. The district has been a strong partner in this legislation. Dr. Crestis has served as on many of the boards that we've had, both at the city and the county level. He's part of the member of the, or one of the members of the Erie County Lead Prevention Task Force. The other thing that it will also improve for the children of the district is that many of our children are in substandard housing, and this will improve their quality of housing and all that comes along with it, whether it's asthma or any other health-related issues that come in that type of housing. The City of Buffalo has asked for many of its community partners to reach out and support, whether it's the Partnership for Public Good, whether it is the Erie County Health Department, I'm trying with the Community Foundation of Western New York, etc. There are a variety of, and all have spoken in support of this. This will pass at the Common Council on Tuesday. It is an important item that will increase the quality of life for the children of the city of Buffalo. This has been something that a variety of us have been working on for about 2 years. And I can't stress how vital the district's support has been. They conducted translation services for all of information because part of this is educational. They have helped to put, we print up flyers that they put in the back of backpacks. They place the information on on the district's website. They've invited our staff to tabling events where they've given out materials and information. It's been very, very positive. And the support of the board would mean a lot to the city of Buffalo. This legislation does enjoy support of the Common Council and the Mayor's office. It's a rare bipartisan effort. So I ask today that you stand in support of this resolution.
Okay, I have some hands up. Are your hands up? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Petrucci, so what is the impact on the homeowner or the landlord, the property owner? What would they have to do differently?
Sure, and basically they do mitigation type things. You know, it's just, it's basically containing dust and chipping and peeling paint. You have to paint chipping and peeling paint. You have to make sure that you vacuum dust. You have to put ground cover over. There's a few other things, but a sugar packet of dust that's created by lead or lead paint or can impact an entire apartment. So that's part of why we have these ongoing educational efforts to let people know that it's preventable, but it does take a little bit of effort.
It's going to interfere with people renting to children? What's going to be different? And nothing like that?
No, there's a variety of different financial incentives. One thing that we were very sensitive to, Sharon, was making sure that there was that balance, that in addition to the legislation, that there are also financial incentives in place to prevent those things from happening. I know that was one of the concerns, is that you don't want to pass legislation that's going to prevent a barrier for people renting their units.
Okay. Mr. Scott, your hand is up. You're muted.
You're muted, Larry.
So this resolution was shared this morning with us. Just want to, I think I responded to an email and I'd like to motion to amend the resolution because I think, Mr. Petrucci, you indicated that Councilmember Bowman and Councilmember Nowakowski are also sponsoring the resolution or sponsored the resolution in the Common Council. So I'd like to amend our resolution to reflect those sponsorships from the Common Council, in addition to Councilmember Rivera and Mayor Brown.
All right, I'm agreeable to the amendment.
Okay, thank you. All right. No other questions about it? Okay, so we need to, Nate, we need to bring it to the table to vote on it, right?
Was there a second, Mr. Petrucci's?
Okay, can I get it? I'll second it. Okay, it's been motioned and second. Have a roll call vote.
Yes, the roll call vote on Mr. Petrucci's resolution. How do you vote, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Can't hear you, Mr. Hurd.
I think it's a wonderful resolution, yes.
Ms. J?
Yes.
Ms. McCosey?
Yes.
Mr. Petrucci,
Yes.
Dr. Rivera,
Yes.
Mr. Scott,
Yes.
Ms. Woods,
Yes.
and President Belton Codman.
Yes.
Resolution passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, the final resolution is the Jesse Ketchum Winter School Choice Resolution. This resolution also was presented by Lou Petrucci. Myself, we co-sponsored it. It is a resolution that will allow our students to receive their school of choice after they graduate out of the 8th grade. Resolution, it talks about the amount of children who often go to other schools because they do not get their choice or whatever. There's an attempt to try to make sure that we keep our children and give them an incentive to continue to be the best that they can be. The Jesse Ketchum Award has been around for as long as I can remember, respected in the US and Canada. Mr. Petrucci has consistently ended that award since I can remember. Lou, if you'd like to add anything onto this, please go ahead. What we're asking is to allow these children the opportunity to have.
I could, let me speak first, Darren, and then I'll defer to you.
I was letting you know who else signed on to it because.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, Ms. Jen Mercosi signed on to it, Ms. Paulette Wood signed on to it, and Vice President Kathy Evans Brown also signed on to it. That's all.
Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. One of the things that I know from going to Jesse Ketchum Awards for a number of years is that oftentimes parents would approach me and were frustrated that their child couldn't get into their criterion-based school of choice, that they felt that there was a bias that's associated with some of the exams that we're giving. I know the district has worked hard to address testing bias, but we're trying to come up with a different way to offer students admission that was based upon achievement, not upon testing. So the purpose of this was to reward our hardest working students, the ones that have consistently performed at a high level throughout their entire kindergarten through 8th grade career with the district going forward. And the way that that would manifest itself is by offering them a place in the criterion-based school of their choice. Upon discussion further with senior staff, we have some technical problems with the resolution. One of the problems is that we announced the Jesse Ketchum Award winners after children have already made their high school choices. So by doing so, we'd have a very limited pool of opportunities in our criterion schools for these children, and basically it'd be after they'd already made a choice at a different school. So I mean that's one of the technical flaws that we'd have to address in this resolution if it decides to go forward. I believe the spirit is still there to come up with a different way to evaluate children that's reflective of their hard work and effort. I believe that part of the resolution was also to show children that there were multiple paths to entrance into our criterion-based schools, aside from just our additional paths, I should say, aside from being a good test taker. So this was, I guess, the spirit and the intent of the resolution. Though upon conversation with Dr. Brown and other senior staff members, there are some items that still need to be worked out.
Okay. Do I have any new hands up? Or Larry Scott, your hand is up. Terrence Hurd.
Yeah, I'll go real quick. I agree with the spirit of the resolution. I think some of what you've just raised, Mr. Petrucci, or staff are raising, might be some of the concerns I have. Do we know how many students this would apply to?
About 40.
Yeah.
40 students?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm just, my concern is, it's very contentious with our criterion-based schools, and would want to be sure that we're doing things that are in line with regulations and district policy as well. So, but absolutely agree with the spirit of the resolution.
Larry, if I could just comment a little bit farther. Believe it or not, it was based upon something that I saw in Texas when I was visiting my daughter, that the state of Texas, which has like a statewide school board, for their top 15% of their students, they offer them admission to U of T schools of their choice. And I thought that was a really great way to keep and capture students. And I thought it'd be something that we could do as well. Again, we need to work out the details. Is it expansion of these schools? Is it a different school? But it's technically flawed right now. It needs some additional work.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes, Larry, thank you for, I'm sorry, I'm Lou. Thank you for taking initiative to draft this up and in consideration for these young ladies and young men that, work so very hard, in their grades and efforts, and, just going to a couple of Jesse Ketchum Awards ceremonies, he did so much for this district. And I think that these young people are very inspired by his works here in Canada, here in New York. But first, I'd like to have my name added to this resolution also, if you can do that. And second, in support of it. And second, is there a possible way, say, if a child does happen to pick a different school and they do want to go to one of our criterion schools, that if they change their mind, that they can be added to it? Would that be such a hard thing to do or to place?
Those are the details that Mr. Petrucci and Ms. Cotman have said that senior staff will have to try to work out some of the details and see what options we have.
Okay. Yes, I'm supportive of this resolution, and thank you for taking the time initiative to draft it and think about our kids who could have been overlooked.
I'd also like to say that with that award, there is, a gold, bronze, silver, and bronze. And so those children are identified early in the year as the ones who are the high achievers. And it's based on the previous years too. So it shouldn't be a difficult task to do. We have Paulette Woods, is your hand up? Okay. Jennifer, board member Makuzi.
Yeah, so when I signed on to this, I was under the assumption that the students, because I do know folks very personally who actually received this honor, and it would have been amazing if they were able to choose their school and make that decision. Fortunately, they went to and thrived where they were, but I was under the assumption that this was something that can be altered for that student. So the fact that we don't have that in place, I feel like if we have the only statement I'm making is if there's any such awards of this nature where we feel like we want to make sure that it's doing more for our students, that we take this opportunity to look into other honors that we have and see if there's any flaws or anything that we can look into to make sure that, now that we're on this subject, that we just kind of go over all the other honors that we're including if we're looking to take this measure in any other instance. I understand with the longevity of this award, I'm still signed on. I feel like whatever needs to be done, I appreciate all the effort to make sure that that's done as soon as possible. These students deserve it. And the academic, everybody knows I'm about the athletics. So, being an academic athlete is the ultimate. So this is such a well-deserving award, and they should be able to thrive in the school that they choose, most likely because their sports programs and the programs they are interested in are in the schools that they do their research, they know where they want to go.
Thank you. Dr. Kathy Evans Brown.
I wanted to chime in because I've gone to a number of these awards, Jesse Ketchum Awards, and it's such a diversity of children who are esteemed in terms of their academics. And that's one of the reasons I signed on, because these young people should have an opportunity to choose the school of their choice. I think that this district then need to look at expanding some of the criterion schools that we have, such as City Honors, Hutch Tech, etc., because we have the children. I said this in the executive meeting on Monday. We have the children and we need to accommodate them, and that will also attract others to this district.
Thank you, Dr. Evans Brown. I agree with you. I think we need to do a resolution to instruct and staff to do exactly what you're saying. Many of our buildings, and you've heard me say this over and over and over again, are occupied by adults, and we cannot expand our high schools because they are there. Next person up is Hope J, followed by Vera.
So I'm really confused by what's been stated so far. It sounds like that Lou had some sort of an inspiration of some sort of a program that went on in Texas, and then wrote a resolution to approximate that program here in Buffalo, but yet I'm not hearing that we actually have the power to institute that here. So, and I'm also hearing that there's some difficulty or confusion with the language and the way that it's drafted. Multiple people have said that. So while I'm not in any way saying that I don't support like people keep saying, the spirit of the resolution, but if the resolution itself is flawed, or it not only flawed, but that we don't, it's essentially ineffectual because we can't, we can't promote it, then I'm not sure I understand what the purpose of the resolution is.
Well, the resolution is in the packet. Clearly says that for the past 159 years that this award has existed, and this district has been participating in giving the award. So the Jesse Ketchum Award has been around as long as I can remember.
That's not my question. My question is that
Sure, I'll answer, Hope. Thank you for raising your concerns. The point of the resolution was to try to give a academic-based path into our criterion-based schools that would, I'll say, capture our Jesse Ketchum Award winners.
I understand that, but I understand the spirit of it, but from everything that I'm hearing, it sounds like that I don't know we can do that.
Correct. Right? We may not be able to. Right. And I agree.
So I guess my point is, I mean, I can write resolutions about lots of things that I'd like to do, but if it can't be done, then why would I put forth a resolution?
Right. The hope is
can be done. If the district
to see if it can be done, Hope.
Work around it. Okay, it's just a matter of putting it together. This is an opportunity to provide children who have excelled in this district an opportunity that has not been made available to them in many cases. And so we'll see what the staff is able to come back. They feel that it's a durable option for them to work. Let's see what they come back with. Okay, and Nate Kuzman reviewed it before we put it together from the perspective of legally if it can be done. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Ann Revere.
Thank you. I'm also a little confused, so bear with me. I want to start out by saying I think this is a really good idea. And it's really important, and I absolutely support it. I really like the idea of that idea of an academic pathway. I think it's really important. I think this award winners, there's all of that is perfect. I'm confused about two things, and I want to bring it up because this is too important not to get right. We want to make sure it's right. And one of my concerns is if the resolution is flawed and we adopt it and then it can't happen, I don't want to see it drop. So the two things I'm curious about. The first is the wording in the resolution. This resolution will provide a well-defined pathway to high schools for our Jesse Ketchum Award winners. But then it says, draft and adopt guidelines and procedures that any winner of the award shall be made available to the student of the choice of high schools. And that's the part that I believe was mentioned, that it's already flawed. So does it make more sense to get the pathway defined and done and then have the resolution, and then it can guide that in an ongoing way? Were you given a timeline about what it would take to create that pathway?
No, and when we spoke about it, I guess we had been going back and forth with staff about this. And I think that there was that epiphany moment where the idea was well received. The operationalizing and the technical difficulties that it presents, I guess, was the stumbling block that we had when we were going back and forth. Because one of the things that we had was not only the date, but capacity. So what can we do with respect to capacity? We addressed a little bit in the resolution. But is that something that also the district can do? Are we going to expand our criterion-based schools? Is that an option to make this compliant? Do we come up with a creative or an innovative school that captures these children as well? I mean, there are a variety of different discussions, but that was kind of when that was brought to our attention. We just want to put it forward for discussion at this point, and more so than anything else. I mean, the spirit and the intent is there, but there are flaws to it. I would be the first to tell you that.
So what would your recommendation be for the next steps? Because again, I'm concerned about voting on it, adopting it, it's flawed, and then it fails. I think that doesn't support the award winners in the way in which we want them to.
I would say that this is a 3-level award. It requires that the children have been in the school years consistently. So going into the 8th grade, these children would have already been identified as potential Ketchum winners, because they would have consistently have had to produce for those 3 years in order to be the top of their class. And so if that means that in the registration department that they have to earmark X amount of seats aside for just winners, then that could be a matter of working it out. Okay, the problem that we have in this district is that we don't have pathways for children to get into criteria schools, because the conversation is always it's not going to work. So if staff feels that they are able to come up with a solution to this problem, if given the opportunity, what is wrong with putting forth the resolution and asking them to do that and come back to the board with it?
Nothing on my part. My concern is that Mr. Petrucci expressed that there may be, that staff expressed that there may be a real problem with it. And my concern is that it would fail when it should not, because as you say, those seats need to be there. We need to be able to make sure this happens. I don't want to see it fail. And that's my concern, if maybe we need to amend it. So the thing that I was wondering about was this: does it need to be amended to direct that pathway is created for those winners? Because there's some language in there saying what the pathway is, but if staff is expressing that might not work, I don't want to see it closed off. Does that make sense?
Would you be willing to make an amendment?
Well, I'm not sponsoring it. I believe one of the sponsors need to. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to look at this in time. Okay. I do support it, though. But as a point of order, I believe one of the sponsors needs to amend it, correct?
Well, I'm very willing to add that amendment so that we can accomplish this task. We can accomplish moving to online learning. We can accomplish many things. If we are unified to a goal, we can accomplish it. And I think that would be a good addition to direct that this happen.
Yeah. So, Dr. Rivera, if you'd like to make a amendment, I believe you are able to make an amendment to the resolution. Then we would just one of the sponsors would have to accept it. Mr. Hurd.
Lou, how far away are we with this? I mean, I understand Dr. Rivera's concern because I wouldn't want the child to be accepted and find out there's no seat for the child. So I do hear the concern, but how far are we away from getting this passed or getting this fixed? I'm sorry, getting it fixed.
Yeah. My guess, Terrence, realistically, most likely about 2 years out. Because we're middle of the school year this year, it'd have to be something we'd have to put in for the year afterwards if we were to be able to find a pathway, if we were to be able to identify a pathway depending upon an amendment and put it in place for the subsequent school year. It couldn't happen this year. It could maybe happen the year after.
Okay. I see. Maybe we can figure out how Texas comprise their efforts into making their program work for it. And I mean, we duplicate things or copy things. Maybe it might fit our agenda using that.
Yes.
Mr. Hurd, Larry Scott, are you up next?
I do have my hand up. I don't know if I was next. So
and then Jennifer.
Are we expecting to move forward on this resolution, given that we've stated that staff has said it's flawed and needs work?
Staff is directed in the resolution to do the work. They are to come back with the ideas to the board.
Okay, so we spent, I don't know, an hour and a half on a resolution that is clear as day on not talking about it and moving it forward. And here we have a resolution that we're being told has flaws and needs work, and we're spending time talking about it. So it seems like I'm going to motion to move this to a committee discussion to study it, work on it, and get it right.
Perfect suggestion, Larry.
Is there a second to that motion?
Lou Petrucci.
Yep.
Mr. Petrucci seconded it. Mr. Petrucci, would you agree to withdraw then the resolution and have it be in the appropriate committee?
Yes, I would, Mr. Kuzma.
So the resolution's been withdrawn. I'm not sure whether this would fall in at your committee, Mr. Petrucci, or Dr. Evans-Brown's or Dr. Evans-Brown.
We can work together, Lou.
Yeah, we will, Dr. Brown.
Okay.
The other Dr. Brown.
Let's see, unfinished business. I would like to share with the board two things. Your hand is still up. Do you have a question about this? Okay. I'd like to share that I reached out to the DPCC parent organization, and I met with Wendy Mastrada the beginning of the week. My purpose for reaching out to DPCC is to try to pull our parent Congress together on certain topics that they all agree on. The parent Congress has been somewhat divided, and some of the responsibility belongs within the district and some does not. But I feel that if we have a parent group wants to participate, work, try to see how we can help them work together. Found out in that process was that there was a lot of division amongst the parent Congress. The division is of sort that a lot of it has been being fed from within the district. And so what I want to do is I want to try to put together 2 or 3 items that they can unanimously agree on and work together and try to bridge the commonality amongst them. And so I want you guys to be aware that I am reaching out to not only that group, but the MVP as well as BPTO to pull together some objects, things that they can work together on. I believe that they're concerned parents. I just feel that that there's some healing that needs to happen in that process. Okay. There were some emails directed out in regards to Best Self. I met with Best Self as board president. I put together the meeting. I brought the executive team. I apologize for not sending out a brief statement saying what happened in the meeting. The meeting was an information only meeting. I've been advised by legal counseling, our lawyer, that if we are to talk about, if we want to talk more about this, this is something, because we have a relationship. They are a vendor. We have contracts outstanding with, outstanding with them, and we're currently working with them, that this is something that should be done session, time, closed doors. I've also been told that if board members' property in this area that can be impacted, it can financially be impacted as a result of this action, that board members need to be very cautious what they do and say in regards to this, because there are legal liabilities that can be associated with it. Never meant to be secret. It was never meant to be anything. I meet with a lot of people. Unfortunately, these meetings don't allow me the time to talk about them. They go on. But the bottom line is, Best Self apologized, not including the board in the process. There's a new CEO who started in July. This project started well before she started, and we were excluded out of the process. Very apologetic. We were waiting on notes. Originally, we had agreed that there would be notes that would be typed up, and the board members would be given a copy of the notes. Staff has not had the chance to do that with all the pending things that are going on, and that is where it is. Problem, anyone thought that anything was being represented. It was a fact-finding mission. They were very apologetic for not including Buffalo Public Schools, and they want to make sure that their relationship is not damaged. So Makuzi, you're up. Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I wanted to point out as well, President Chapman, that I appreciate the trying to, bring the parent groups together. And just to remind you that there was an agreement between all of these parent groups during the executive committee sessions that I was holding. There was some paperwork drawn up that they all had agreed to in order to move forward. And the agreement was those, coming together on three topics, and this is all written, and it's all their own work. So there's some backbone for you to be able to use, and maybe, with all the tensions and whatever is happening, that they can be reminded too that they did come together in order to do this. The board, took time to concentrate on them becoming more unified and turn work together as well. So I just wanted to remind you that you do have that ammunition behind you, and they did all come together on that. So in case they needed to be reminded, they do work well together when and they did come up with a strategy around how they would go about it, decisions of what they were going to talk about, how, forms that were put together. It was just in the beginning stages, but they started getting that together. So you do
Who
have
has
that.
that stuff, Jennifer? Who has it? Where is it? Does Ramona, Dr. Reynolds have it?
It should be. I can pull it up. It was part of the executive affairs. If you remember, I helped 2 or 3 sessions about this. So they did come together on this, and just so that they can feel, energized around the fact that they do have that ability, and they did do well together. And this is just, they might have came across the roadblock, but they do have some strength in what they were doing. So just, we'll put it together, and I'll make sure you have that in your continued discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I'm really beginning to think that, and I don't know, do you know if they ever had a restorative justice session at all?
I do not know. I'm sure that
they had a mediator, facilitator come in to work with all of them.
CPAC is also a part of that. So we're just going to try to sort of get them back on focusing in on the children and putting the children first and putting the adult concerns second. That's all. And I think the DPCC is receptive, and I also spoke to the Vice President Ed Spadell, who is very interested in working with the board to see changes, and it was very positive conversation.
Who you are, who you become. You don't need to do that.
Hand up is Larry Scott.
Have a beautiful smile.
So in regards to Best Self, I just want it known to the public that this Board of Education never formally discussed or took action, made a formal position on the Best Self project. We voted unanimously to approve the contracts with Best Self. I believe that was in September. And then that unanimous vote was on the board meeting minutes for October's meeting, and there was no objection to those meeting minutes with the unanimous vote from September. So we never took any position in regards to the project that Best Self had, and we also did not vote. We collectively voted in support of having those contracts approved. The meeting was brought to my attention, or all of our attention, before the meeting was had, and I raised objection and questions and concerns to it before that meeting, and there was not a response to those questions and concerns and objection.
And so I went to the Best Self community meeting, and I approached the CEO them to talk with us as a board, as a district, and I was expecting to hear from them when I did not out to them get a response. And as a concern, and I reached out to legal to find out if anything that I did was okay or within my purview as a board president, and it was. And I prompted the meeting. I need to know that when we're doing multi-million-dollar contracts with people, they are in the process of doing plans that are within 500 feet of our buildings. We are considered worthy enough to have a basic conversation with. And that's what we did. No positions were represented about this board. It was clear to them that if the board wanted to have an additional meeting, that we would set up a meeting with them and make it available for them. But we had to find out why, after having a relationship for years, that a $26 million project would be put together in Buffalo Public Schools, the superintendent nor the board would be considered. That's the reason for the meeting. Okay,
so
Mr. Hurd, you're up.
No, I'm here before. I agree with your sentiment and your reasons for opposing or having concerns with the project or them not speaking with you. But then the same applies to us. We didn't have the conversation amongst each other. You didn't converse with us on these issues.
Have your permission, Larry, to meet.
And we didn't formulate an actual position.
Your permission to meet. permission
I'm
to
not,
meet.
I'm not hearing
Whatever
you.
I do, so you understand, Larry, whatever I do, I clear it with legal first.
So is there a policy
You
that
want an
indicates,
additional meeting? Do you want an additional meeting with Best Self? Is that what you want?
is there a policy that indicates that if the board approves a contract, that it cannot be signed by a
I
board
don't have
member?
to sign as a president under my fiduciary responsibility. If I choose not to sign something that is within my right. Okay, you cannot make me legally sign anything.
So, Mr. Kuzma, can you, assuming you're still on the line, can you clarify that? What is the process if the board unanimously approves a contract? What is the process in signing that contract and moving it forward?
Oh, no, all of the contracts have been signed. We spoke about it. You know, it is the obligation of the board president to fulfill the vote of the board in executing those documents. We had that conversation. That's been done. The intent here was a positive one. There was a legitimate concern about the proximity of these buildings to our own schools. And these are, you know, the SSelf had never come to us before. We had a meeting with them. I think the concerns have been addressed, and they offered, if the board still has, once it was brought back to the board, I will note, Ms. Codman, the meeting minutes were sent to you the day after the actual meeting took place. So
I'm sorry.
So I do want that to be clear because Dr. Brown Hall did work on those. But they offered, and they said if there were still concerns amongst the board, that they would come back and discuss with the whole board any concerns that were left. But to answer your question, my view of it would be that if the board authorizes an expenditure and a contract, then ultimately it is the obligation of the president to execute that.
But I reserve the right not to if I have a concern. And I
You
will
should bring that back to the entire board.
have to bring it back to you. That's what Nate's
You should.
job is. Legal's job is.
To bring it back to the board?
Determine what needs to be done next. To her.
I have a few concerns about this. From back in October, we received the email saying that Best Self wanted to meet with the board.
No, they did not.
I believe
They never sent the email saying they wanted to meet with us.
I believe I received the email from Dr. Darren Brown. I can look and pull it up, stating that about a concern about Best Self wanting to meet with the board.
That's
And
not what the email said. That's not what it said.
I said that the Best Self wanted to meet with the board. I believe I said that we would be requesting a meeting, waiting for Best Self to reach out to us for a meeting. I don't remember sending an email saying that they wanted to meet with the board. I don't believe that. I can find the email though.
Okay, let's take a look at the email. And also, I spoke publicly myself as a citizen about this Best Self project. I spoke at a community meeting. I spoke once again at a block club meeting, and I spoke once again at the planning board meeting about the Best Self project as a citizen, as a concerned citizen. Now, I'm not understanding why if there's a meeting to be held with the Best Self, and we're not as a board, not at this meeting when they know that it concerns the district, and we're talking about things that's about the district, and they have concerns with the district. So I'm just trying to figure out how come, I find out after fact about the meeting, and how come, as a board member wasn't invited to participate in this meeting.
Sorry, we are limited to having a minimum number of people at a meeting involving the board. And sorry you weren't the fourth member. Understanding is that conflict in regards to property ownership in regards to that area with you. And I wasn't sure at the time. I was later told that there could be a possibly conflict of interest and that we have to protect the board at all times.
It has nothing
People I selected were the executive board, and I'm sorry if you were not selected as part of that. So it was handled.
Okay, well, I have property in the Maston district and University district. That's inclusive.
Property within a mile of that unit that will interfere with
All of that unit, both districts.
with your rental income.
Yes, it will.
Possibly interfere with that rental income if those units are established. You should not have been at the meeting.
Well, you should.
I believe that's totally wrong. I believe I should be at the meeting. I believe that we should be at
Represent the board. You cannot represent the board when you have a conflict of interest, Terrence.
And for one, we haven't received. I'm not representing. I represent myself, but I can sit on as the board member.
Represented at the board table at that point. Sorry.
Back as of date, about what transpired at the meeting. I know you said that it's legal responsibility, but you went in as a board member and you did not report about the outcome of the meeting. And
I
that's
didn't even
fine.
know that Darren Brown had even sent the meeting. I was still waiting on him to send the notes. Darren, I apologize. I mentioned it a couple of times. I guess it must have went over your head. You might have thought that I had. But that's how it happens when you're busy. That's how it happens when you're busy. Get overlooked. And I am very busy doing Buffalo public school business every day. Okay, but so you understand, Mr. Hurd, please make sure that you recognize that you are not standing and speaking on behalf of the school board when there is a conflict of interest in any case.
And that never been an issue. And that never been an issue.
There's a conflict. You have a conflict. Mr. Dr. Kathy Brown.
If I hold two hats, not a conflict at all. But I went in as a board member, and I do have seen a couple of residents in that area, that I'm representing also with this. So
I know you have rental income, and this is a rental income unit. 66 rental income.
I mean, Mr. Hurd, there's no problem.
When are we going to see? When are we going to receive the report from the meeting?
Nate,
as soon as I bring it up. Nate, want to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Hurd, I don't conflate the issues. There's no issue with you, sir, attending the meeting as a private citizen to represent your own interests. But if you say you have property in the area that where rental income could be impacted by the project, that's a conflicted interest, and you shouldn't be talking about it at the board table.
Dr. Kathy Evan Brown?
Yeah, I was at, hold on, I was at that meeting, and Sharon is the president of the board, and she invited myself and Lou Bertucci, Darren Brown was there, and Nate was there. And primarily what I got, my takeaway from the meeting was that Best Self is in the process of this Manhattan project. I don't have any interest. I just thought it was interesting because they're building this project next to one of our schools. It's a high school, and it included some drug rehab centers, etc. But what we found out that they took that piece out of the equation. But it was just so interesting that because we are a large entity and we have children, what, 600-700 children, 1,000, I don't know, who attend Bennett, and they're building a project and totally disrespected us, not even inviting us or giving us information about what was going on. So that was my takeaway from it, that it was an appropriate meeting and that we at least let them know that they disrespected us.
But then we did the same thing to ourselves.
How?
Because we did not have this discussion. We were not fully informed, and nobody else was included in this process in any way.
But
Mr. Hurd is expressing that right now.
The meeting could have been a virtual meeting. Was this an in-person meeting?
It was virtual.
So how come there was room for everybody to be included? It's simple.
I was invited, Lou was invited, Nate was there as our attorney, and Dr. Darren Brown Hall was there. There were, I just heard that meetings from that meeting was disseminated. I haven't seen them.
Neither have I.
So if they're there, let's get them out.
Sending them out. I've already sent it.
Sent them to
I can tell you one.
Lou Petrucci also.
Yeah, and I didn't know that they had been sent. So thanks for resending them, Darren. That's how it went. Okay.
All right, but it's not going to fit if other people actually.
Last time I questioned, I found $3.2 million after something you had approved. So when I have a question on something, I'm going to question it.
But bring that to us. We might agree with you. You have a point there, but you never brought it to us and then just went rogue with what happened.
I have a right to do certain things, whether you like it or not, Larry.
I disagree. You have a right to inform the board
and when you work
and have us act collectively in unity.
You have the same rights that we have. You have the same rights that we have. If shouldn't if there's a meeting,
and guess what? The law, the guidelines say that only 4 board members assemble without notifying that it's a meeting.
That's why it should have been notified that there was a meeting.
You certainly would not have been the one selected, knowing that you have a property over there, a concern, a conflict of interest.
But shouldn't that decision be made with Mr. Hurd, not for him?
Did not know it. Somebody told me about it.
Right. So, but Mr. Hurd, it doesn't sound like was a part of that decision.
It was not. Just like I wasn't a part as a board president, or you wasn't a part of the meeting with the New York State Athletics Committee, or Wilson Foundation, or Say Yes to Education by the Ad Hoc Committee, or any of the other committees that meetings that he took it upon himself to have. Let's stop it.
As a chair of the committee.
I'm sorry that I did not send you the information. As soon as Darren sent it to me, it would have alleviated this situation, but there was nothing improper about what I did. Get over it. Any additional items?
I object to that characterization.
If you operate, then we will. Thank you.
I'm sorry to do what I have to do. You guys have full-time jobs. You have you don't have the amount of time to do the type of or the things that are being done on a daily basis. This district would not be moving if we had
let us determine that, not you for us.
So I have another question along these lines, which is what prevented the communication? Not having more than 4 board members in the meeting is very clear. What prevented the communication in the first place?
I sent out an email, whether you saw it or not. But
no, I saw it. Let me be clear. I saw it.
I did not send. I did not send out the notes from it. Okay.
No, Dr. Brown Hall sent an email.
Dr. Brown Hall sent the email.
I'm talking about the one that I sent out that said that I was waiting on the memos.
After you
didn't sign the contract. Here's the thing. The back and forth, I understand. And we can go back and we will all look in our email and we'll figure out the pattern of it. But this points to a larger issue that is very true on the board that you spoke to yourself earlier in the meeting about the need for boards to communicate well and be unified. For that matter, I didn't even know this was going to be on the agenda today. I didn't know Parent Congress was going to be on the agenda today. And I would recommend at this point for this board, because we do need to be unified. We do need to be clear. We do have a lot of work to do, as you yourself has pointed out several times, President Hartman. I think we need to work on this as a board to move forward and appropriately represent our stakeholders. For that matter, I had no idea today that any of this was going to be tabled. I had no idea about one resolution. I didn't know about the other one being flawed. These are things that we need to be aware of.
I didn't know about it being flawed either. I found out just when you found out.
This is my point. This needs to be corrected as a board among us. And I would like to see us have a meeting where we work on that, about what our expectations are based on what our stakeholders' expectations are of us.
Sorry, you know what I'm really sorry about? I'm sorry that we we initiated a resolution without making sure that we had a unanimous vote. That's what I'm really sorry about, because that's the reason that this was tabled. Okay.
So you're opposed to the resolution?
Let's not go there. We're discussing this on Tuesday. We went through an hour and a half, 2 hours of this. We don't have any reason to bring that up.
Exactly. And I was referring to the Jesse Ketchum resolution for your information. But the point is, it's about communication as a board. And I would like, I for one, would like to
you
see
and
us.
I had agreed to speak once and try to speak at least once a week.
Yes,
so
we do.
Overtures. Trying.
Here's the thing, though. It's
you're busy,
still
but I'm trying.
Well, you and I need to have a discussion about that, and in terms of agendas, et cetera. And I am open to that conversation at any time. But I think as a board, since we have this many members in so many different places, we're looking to your leadership to bring us together. At least I am.
You know what? In order to be led, you have to be willing to listen and follow.
I have been very willing to listen, as you know.
I reached out to you the very first person this morning. Did I not?
Excuse, and I texted you right back, and you never called me.
I didn't see that.
I'm sorry you didn't see it, but I did text. Take a look. It's right there. It's in mine too.
Can you talk?
I texted you back 15 minutes after you texted me for a phone call.
Did you call me back?
I texted you and said I can talk at 1.
It's always from me. I'm trying to reach out to you guys. I really am. You know, it's been clear. I have not appreciated.
But I also never heard from Mr. Petrucci about the action today either. And that's the thing. I want to do this. President Cotman, all I'm saying is I want to do this. I think we all want to do this.
I get it.
So that means we need to work together moving forward. And we can't just say it. We need to actually do some of this work. What do you suggest? I'm looking to you. What do you suggest?
I wish that I could have been an intricate part of what you guys were working on over the weekend.
What was I working on over the weekend?
The assumptions are really out of control.
I don't understand.
The assumptions are out of control, and this is part of the issue. Again, no one was working on anything. I've made it quite clear on multiple times. I found out very quickly that, or I made a very distinct move because I learned that Dr. Cash was very willing and able, which I was never sure of, that he would move forward. So that is why I said, okay, I hear it. As a board member, I'm going to put this through. I immediately put the resolution out for all to see. No question. The resolution, hold on. The resolution was put out for all to see. Now, when the resolution, and this is where I might be in the wrong, and I will admit this 100%, soon the resolution was the gateway to the conversation. That was all this that we discussed could have been discussed when the resolution is on the table. That was my assumption. Did I think that this was going to be, everybody's got to decide right here, right now, what's going on? The reason everybody pushed back is miscommunication. I was under the assumption this was going into executive session. When the motion was put forward to table the resolution before the resolution was even put on the table and even read, was where I realized that there's some things going on. The reason I did not communicate with you, since we're putting all this out in the public, which is really shady, but this is how we're going to roll. The reason I did not get back to you after I stated that I was helping my son with homework is because I'm getting from the community that there's all kinds of talk about me. Why would I communicate with someone who's going to, in my eyes, give me a bunch of crap over how they felt about how I went about doing exactly what I thought I was in my legal rights to do? There is too much conversation in the public. And when there's agenda was had today, not by me. The agenda was had by folks who wanted to table something that clearly was stated earlier that was supposed to go into executive session. You got a heated argument going, and then we were gaslighted into how heated it was, and now we have to table it. It is what it is. But come on now, the public understands, and we understand. Let's be unified and just move forward. Enough with this is why, and this is why, and this is why. Enough of that. And I'm sorry if this is the tone we got to take, but it's 10 o'clock at night and I can't put my son to bed because of the shenanigans that we have all equally taken part on in this board. So let's be unified in the fact that we all have a sense of what we did in order to drag this all on for this long and move forward, please. Please.
I don't feel that it's shenanigans, and I think that we all take this very serious and important as we move forward.
No one, that was my opinion. It didn't call for anything else. That was my, everybody's throwing opinions out. That was mine. So we can leave it at that, or you can respond, drag it on, and tell me your thought on my opinion. That really doesn't make a difference.
So when board members can find the time to get agendas,
the agenda was had when the agenda was had.
Jennifer, I'm not talking. I'm talking. I did not cut you off. When board members can find the time to get agendas, then they'll be busy and we'll get more done. Okay, as a board, we'll get more done. We have board members that are working hard, trying to get things done. We have board members that are not. So when you sit there and find fault with somebody that's trying to make things happen, understand that time, that people try to live their lives and sometimes things happen. Intentionally trying to keep you out of anything, what the plan is. Never has been, okay? But today, in order to move this forward, there needs to be additional conversation. I'm sorry you don't appreciate that, but it is, we're going to have additional conversation about it.
I always welcome additional conversation.
We already settled we were going to have it on Tuesday. There was no reason to bring it up again in another conversation.
We have a board member that's giving people the middle finger on a screen.
Sorry? What?
There was a board member that was just swearing and giving the middle finger to everybody on the screen.
This meeting. Can we please call this meeting?
Can we do bereavements first?
Bereavements.
Yeah.
Let's move on to bereavements. I apologize. Let's move on to bereavements.
I'm sorry, what do you want me to move on to? Because I have adjournment.
I want to do the bereavement, Sharon.
Bereavement. I'm sorry, I thought you said grievance. Okay, the bereavement. Okay, so we're going to do the bereavements now at the end of that's our unfinished business. After that, we'll adjourn. Can you give us a stand for a moment of silence? Thank you. Lou, please provide the names.
Can we all rise? Bereavements for the November 18th meeting of the Buffalo Board of Education. November 10th, Ann C. Johnson, mother of Adrian Johnson Cofield, principal of East Community High School. November 17th, Daniel John Manley Jr., retired administrator with 36 years of service to the district, father of Mary Manley, a teacher at Hutch Tech High School. Let's bow our heads in silence. Thank you all very much.
Meeting is adjourned.
Be safe, everyone.
Motion to adjourn?
Yes, motion to adjourn.
I think it's unanimous.
Okay, great.